Okay, I think I'm live. Give me just like 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to grab I forgot my drink. I got everything else. I thought, okay, I got everything ready. I'm going to go a couple minutes early and I forgot my drink. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Good morning, Grace, wherever you are. Oh my god, vegan patriot. Wow. What an honor. What's up, Backwood Squatch, Dave's channel, ATF Media, JF, yeah. I got all my shit together, so I thought I'd go live early. I actually had my one hitter clean beforehand. I was like all ready to go. Oh my gosh, I actually was almost kind of late because I was doing a Boyd Watch episode about this like goth girl that was reading some kind of poetry at 1 a.m. But her poetry was actually like pretty decent. So I ended up like watching like instead of doing like a 3 minute video, I ended up doing like a watching like 10 minutes of her video. So I'm uplifted by this poetry, though. It reminded me of Ruby. Remember when Ruby burnt her porch down? There was like a similar story in this one. You were just watching AEW. Dennis Condrey appeared. I saw that. Was that recent or was that like a weeks or months ago? Oh shit! Speaking of Memphis, while we're on a Memphis episode, I don't know if any of you guys would be interested in this, but I guess Cornette's having all of his audio tapes back before there was like VHS or you could do home video. He would record the audio of the Memphis TV shows, and I guess he's trying to like get them ready to release or something. I don't know, but I think it's interesting. Although he did say that because cassette tapes were so expensive, he wouldn't record people if they were the shits on the microphone. So that was kind of interesting. Didn't they bring Condry and somebody else in before? We need new clips. It's hella boring being off camera. I'm working on some. I've just been behind. I got into a feud with a foot fetish model, vegan patriot. So I had to get that sorted out. Luckily, Grace Thorpe came to my rescue and saved me from the evil foot fetish model, so I can get back to my clipping now. All right. Well, anyway, that's all the news I have that I can think of. I did go back. We watched that clip of Grace and Ben, like from the timestamp, and I didn't really think I could like. I wasn't sure how to clip it because I wanted to make sure it was like. Well, even Grace said if you clip it out of context, that's what's gonna that people will clip it out of context. So I ended up going back like 35 minutes and doing like a 50-minute video, but I think I got enough in there that you can get the entire idea of the conversation and there's nothing like taken out of context. Oh, just in general, yeah. I feel like it's kind of a slow time for content. I did see Jewel and Attila were back though. That could be interesting. And Blade's drinking again. So it's gonna be the hope maybe we'll see some stuff. I saw Attila's stream this morning was like it was just of the alarm clock. It wasn't it was a sleep stream, I guess, but you couldn't even see anything. You could just see the alarm clock. You got a gassy chat. Yeah, it's this guy, ATF Media, is responsible for all that kind of stuff. I just want to say this anybody who thinks that we're not living in a simulation right now, I've had in my chat Grace Thorpe and Vegan Patriot during Memphis Wrestling. I'm not sure what other proof we need that this is a simulation. How King TL, what's up, man? Jewel and Natalia have been carrying it, but I don't watch. 67-year-old Robert Gibson. Wow. Oh, I remember rocking. That's what I was thinking of because remember they did that interview with that guy who was like I don't know if he was trying to like get them to apologize for being politically incorrect or whatever, but the interview didn't go well on AEW. All right, anyway, let's get started. Let's move in. This is, let's see, October 11th, 1986, CWA out of Memphis. And this is the broadcast as it would have been seen if you lived in Evansville, Indiana. Dude, I was wondering in the 90s why the Rock and Roll Express were still wrestling. I mean, I get that they were good at one time, and Ricky Morton has the like that babyface charisma, but yes, this should be exactly where we left off last time. I believe so, yeah. We'll know we're on the right episode if we see former drug addict Paul Diamond laid up in the hospital.
Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown right along ringside, and we're ready to go with another big day and a big crowd, too,
Great
David.
crowd here today.
Did you ever listen to the timeline of Ricky Morton on kayfabe commentaries where the Rock and Roll Express like break down a year in whatever promotion? He says you hear me like 50 million times. It's like a Savvy Guy level repetition.
Yeah, I tell you what, opening match, we're going to have the Japanese in here, Akio Sato,
Hey,
Tarzan Goto. They will
we're gonna get the Japanese in today. Wow.
going against the Bryant brothers, Randy and Robert, a new team in the area today. Also, Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka will be along going against the Memphis Vice. We will have the King going against Nikita Molkovich. That should be a good match. Also, a little
Vegan Patriot, by the way, would have been way over in Memphis. I mean, she's got that. She could have replaced like Mr. Liberty or any of the other like patriotic gimmicks. I feel like she could get a good USA chant going.
bit later on, six-man tag action with Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, Larry Wright. We will have Excitement Incorporated. Rick McCord and John Paul will be back. And
who's that interview with ATM Media? Or
it's
ATF
going to be a little
Media?
bit later on.
I didn't mean to call you ass to mouth media.
Big Bubba. He is huge. Wait till we see him. Yeah.
Big Bubba, what do you think? What kind of a dude is Big Bubba going to be?
Yeah, I have heard and got a glimpse of that son of a gun. Big.
Yeah, over 400 pounds.
Yeah, did you mention Boy Tony?
Boy Tony will be here, too.
Oh, yeah.
You
Who the fuck is Boy Tony? Boy Tony? What?
don't want to miss that.
No, I don't want to miss that.
And just so you guys know, the USA chant is not just something I talk about here. I'm American flags all over the place in VP's chat.
That's all.
In fact, I think everything I say in the Vegan Patriot chat is bookended by American flags.
Good news. The bad news is we've got some information about Paul Diamond.
If you're talking, I've seen the one with Manny Fernandez, but it's been a while since I've seen it.
And that we'll be telling you about what happened right here on Championship Wrestling. But right now, let's take time out. We're going to be back in just a moment.
Hell yeah.
Action to go here on this Championship Wrestling program today.
This is the suit I feel like that, was it Chevy Chase or his son? Remember when they went on that big shopping spree in European Vacation? I feel like one member of the Griswold family definitely ended up with this suit.
Got the confirmation, and we're going to be hearing a videotaped interview that was done with Paul Diamond.
Oh, boy, here we go.
That Paul confirms the fact that if you remember the incident.
Let me guess, Paul Diamond. The drugs? Was it the drugs, Paul?
If you don't, you'll get a chance to see it that took place with Yamamoto, Sato, Goto, and the Ninja. Paul Diamond's leg is broken.
Here we go.
And he will be unable to wrestle. Who knows how long that it's going to.
Hey, excuse me, right? But if you break somebody's arm, do you not expect retribution in the CWA? I mean, I don't understand it. Like, you know if you mess with Yamamoto, you're going to get the whole crew after you. So to me, this is just like, at least all they did was break his leg. They could have retaliated and escalated. I think Paul Diamond should let it go and be grateful that he's going to get some scripts for some painkillers.
I guess you're very happy about what you and all your henchmen did with Paul Diamond. His leg is broken, right? You jumped right on top of him.
Yes, we are very happy. All our Oriental wrestlers are very happy
Oriental
what we've done
wrestlers.
to Paul Diamond. Yes. Well, what else you want?
All of the Oriental wrestlers hate Paul Diamond, says Yamamoto.
I tell you what I would like to see. I'd like to see you get a little respect for wrestling instead of going around trying to break somebody's arm, break somebody's leg, trying to do all the...
What about this, Lance? What about this, you no good son of a gun?
Hey.
What about this?
Now, listen, Tojo.
What about this?
Let's just keep this between you and the camera. Don't be getting personal with me.
Well, what about this?
Shit.
You look at this.
Well, what about it? Did
what
you
about
ask
it?
for it? You guys brought it on the thing. All right, now.
Hey,
you go.
I tell you what, Jared, your family, and all Eddie Martin family, and the Tanaka family, and everybody in this world gonna get what they done for me. I don't forget, this is nothing yet.
I like how Tojo Yamamoto is threatening to go after their families.
You understand? Yeah. I'm a tough Tojo Yamamoto, you understand?
I know how tough you are. I know.
What else? Go ahead, what else?
When you got a stick in your hand.
What, you want to fight with Hammer?
No.
Go get your hammer if you want to fight.
Yeah.
You
Listen,
know good.
Tojo, I'll tell you something.
You know what I tell you now? You're a dog. You're a dirty, stinking dog.
Listen, I said it before.
This is where you get it, right here. Where's the crowd at? Lance Russell's being accosted by the Japanese entourage, and the crowd can't get a USA chant going. Although I am pro Team Japan, just as a fan.
Give me the microphone. Give me the microphone. Take them on back out of here now. This is going too far. Will you get out here and get in the ring? I tell you what, you're going to end up
The old cartoon, Hong Kong Phooey.
sitting in a court of law.
I tell you, look, man. You don't think about my hand, but you understand. But I tell you, all the Jarrett family, like I said, all the Marlin family, all the Tanaka family gonna pay what they done for me, and they're gonna get worse. Every time I see them, they're gonna get beaten
Yeah,
up.
you're going to get a little worse, too. You think that's the end of it. You think you can get away with anything like that. Let's have the introduction.
Okay, here's the new team. What a promo, by the way. Holy shit. Amazing interview. The dynamic between Lance Russell and Tojo, fantastic. So here's our new team, Randy and Robert Bryant. I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of hope for them winning this match.
This match will be one fall, 10-minute time limit match, introducing at a total weight of 400.
Oh yeah, Professor Toru Tanaka that teamed with Fuji in like the triple WF.
75 pounds, wrestling out of Bartlett, Tennessee, Randy and Robert Bryant. And going against them, over on the left of your
These guys look like a couple of ham and eggers.
screen, all from the Orient, from Tokyo, Japan, Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, Tojo Yamamoto in their corner. Starting, it's Tarzan Goto against Randy
Beat the
Bryant.
shit out of this guy, Tarzan.
Gojo, you see him right there. Left arm in a sling. Kendo stick in his right hand. Goto with the headlock on.
What do you think about, like, this is my first real, like, extended exposure to Tarzan Goto. I've seen him in some, like, hardcore matches on random tapes, but, like, I still feel like he and Sato have been carrying, like, not so, well, now they're in the main storyline, but even when they weren't in the storyline, like, I felt like their matches have, like, just consistently been good here, especially compared to, what's that one guy's name? JT Southern?
Randy Bryant. Nice move by Randy. Puts Goto down to the mat. He dumped him over his back. Oh, the Bryants tried to make a tag. They
Tarzan Goto won the NWA title. Is that for real?
just missed it by inches. Goto with a vicious chop. Randy Bryant makes the tag on Brother Robert. Whoa, is he greeted with a chop or not?
Well, they've got the names, Randy and Robert. They've got the colors of the Midnight Express.
Wow. I tell you, it's bad enough to go against these guys. I hate to be young fellows starting out going against this team of Goto and Sato, and particularly with Yamamoto standing on the outside.
Oh, Toru Tanaka won the... Oh, wow, I didn't know that either.
There comes Sato.
To be fair, the only stuff I know about him is what like Gorilla Monsoon said. I think during some like flashback matches on primetime, they used to show an old match on primetime every once in a while. And then I've seen on some of the older house shows, but just very limited. Just as a tag team wrestler, I think is the only time I ever saw him.
Go in.
Ooh. Bryant picking Sato up straight up in the air.
A rip off of Ricky and Robert, yeah. That's crazy that he was NWA champ. Do you think Vegan Patriot thought it was weird that she came over to the channel of one of her clippers that makes like goon clips and drug clips, and we're just watching old wrestling?
Body slams him, drops down with the elbow. Goto trying to get to the action. Referee sending him back out. Sato caught him in the midsection. He was headed for the corner to tag his brother, but he got caught. Akio Sato. Little hair pulling. He picked him up. Ooh. Picked him up and knocked him down. Here's Goto back in. Goto, the one with the hard head. He makes use of it frequently. He's using those chops right now.
Man.
There, headbutt. Robert looking for the tag. He's close to the corner, but can't get the down. Now he gets the tag. Here comes Randy Bryant back in.
I don't necessarily am a huge fan of the singlet, especially the Andre or Lawler or style of the single. But I do think since his name is Tarzan, I feel like Tarzan Goto can get away with it. That has a Tarzan-esque like vibe to it, I think.
Hammered down to the mat by Goto. Goto over the
Hawaiian Toru Tanaka.
corner. Akio Sato comes in.
Oh,
They
no.
double up on him. Goto holds him up. Sato off the ropes.
Yeah, while Yamamoto gets the referee away.
There's a cover. 1, 2, and that's it.
He puts him in the missionary position so he can really sink it in deep.
2 minutes, 10 seconds, the action, and the Japanese, Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto with Tojo Yamamoto in their corner, get themselves the victory.
So the Bryants have some problems in their opening bout here on Championship Wrestling, but anybody's going to have problems when you have to deal with the likes of the Japanese team that you just saw. We had, as we indicated a little bit earlier, a videotape that was done with Paul Diamond after Paul's leg had been x-rayed and all.
Oh, brother. I didn't watch it. I just tried to find a good thumbnail, but I mean, it's Paul Diamond laid up in the hospital in his underwear. I mean, what? How much more Paul Diamond? He's probably strung out on opiates.
All the things decided on. Let's take a listen to see what Paul had to say.
You know, here I sit and looking at this cast, I can't believe what has happened. Just yesterday, I was in the ring at the top of my game, looking forward to more victories, championships, and now here I am, Tojo, with a cast on my leg that you and your men, Sato and Goto, are responsible for. The doctors told me it's going to be about 6 weeks before this darn thing comes off, and then another 3 or 4 weeks before I'm back in the ring. You know, I've never really had to put up with this, Tojo, and your two jerks, Sato and Goto. But I want to tell you something. It's going to be the 6 longest weeks of my life. It's only been a couple of days now, and already I'm going out of my mind. I can't get you off my mind. I just keep thinking what I want to do to you when I get back in that ring.
Oh, yeah. I can't get you off my mind. I can't stop thinking about you. I just keep thinking about what I want to do to you.
I just don't know how I'm going to handle this. To sit here night and day and have 2 and 3 o'clock roll around and me not head out to the car and go on the road for 8 o'clock to come around and for me not to be in that ring. Just think about it, Sato and Goto. Think about it real carefully, because every single day when I look at my calendar and put X's as each day goes by, and I get closer and closer to getting in the ring with you, and then you're going to have to deal with this loneliness that I'm going through right now.
The what? They're like, hey, in case there's some asshole 40 years in the future that really doesn't like Paul Diamond, can we re-roll the footage from before of him getting his leg broken again?
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum is title night, my friend. Yowza. That plus a big six-man match we'll tell you about in just a moment. One of
More tops than bottoms.
the titles that's going to be on the line is going to be the AWA Southern Tag Team titles, in a bout in which Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass will be going against Rick McCord and John Paul Excitement Incorporated. Now,
Wait, is that his name? John Paul Excitement Incorporated? Or is that the name of the tag team?
in addition to the title being on the line, in case you hadn't heard, the big $10,000 check for the Tag Team Battle Royal that had originally...
You can't tell me that we couldn't put Vegan Patriot in an American flag do-rag and have her stand. She could be like the enforcer of the group. She could be like ominously standing in the background with an American flag bandana on. Fit right in.
been awarded to Bass and Rhodes has been held up, and it will be at stake because stolen.
And they've got kind of a biker vibe, and she rides a scooter.
Questionable ethics, brother.
Yes,
That's
right.
what I'm saying right now. When you come out here and you get hit hand in their head, you can't even wear a hat, you're a cowboy. And then when you go out there real hard and you win $10,000 and they come the next day and say, give me that check back, brother, that's questionable. Very, very questionable. But right there in Evansville, Paul and McCord, we're going to give you the beat of your life, Jack, and we're going to take that 10 grand just like it belongs to us.
It was questionable, too, that you were eliminated and came back in the ring. In addition to that, a six-man tag match is going to be Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Jarrett.
What a blessing. Two Chojo Yamamoto promos in the same show. Hey, Eddie, what's up?
Jarrett and Wildfire Tommy Rich going against Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto. 3-on-3.
Now, Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Jarrett, and Tommy Rich. That's all right. My three rejects that was trained under me. Nothing but the coward, stinking, rotten dog. You understand? Tommy Rich hiding behind Jeff. Jeff Jarrett hiding behind his daddy. The daddy hiding behind Tommy Rich. What kind of tag team they got? They can't get my two imperial Japanese wrestler. No, ありがとう、ミリストこの野郎。俺たちが一番するんだよ。後藤佐藤、ジャパニーズナンバーワンタッグチーム。長女山本、日本で一番賢いバレーだ。俺たちが一番するんだよ、俺たちは。分かったか、この野郎。アメリカのバカでも分かったか、この野郎。
Good night. You'll have to be there. All right, championship wrestling ready to go in the ring once again, and we're looking to see Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. Exciting young team. And here they come, Jeff and Pat out, and they'll be going against the Memphis Vice. This is a match that we had going before, and a great match too, Dave, but it was interrupted by Yamamoto and his henchmen. So we're going to see if we can get it going. What do you got today for us? Big Lou said, what a man, and Top Gun. All right, David, here we go.
All right, this match is going to be one fall. 10 minutes will be the overall time limit. Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka going against the Memphis Vice, Jerry Bryant and Big Lou Winston. Referee is Jerry Calhoun. That's one fall, 10-minute time limit. Looks like Jeff Jarrett is going to be starting for his team. Yep, and starting across the way is Jerry Bryant.
Okay, hang on a second here.
Talking to the crowd.
So we're seeing it. Look at the difference it makes, in my opinion. Like, he looks like Jeff Jarrett now. Like, I'm not saying he didn't, like, literally look like him before, but, like, with the white long tights and the white boots, this looks like, it feels like he's, like, leveled up again.
Ooh, nice move by Bryant. It went around behind, took Jeff Jarrett down on the deck. And you see Kind of an over-the-shoulder high five from Jerry to Big Lou. Miami Vice, they have been getting better and better. Lou with that big mouth of his.
Yeah, I mean, I get a ton of copyright claims over the music on these, but like that only affects like if you want to monetize them. But I haven't had any besides the one episode that TNA claimed. I haven't had any other songs like force a takedown or anything.
And Bryant, as cocky as he is, the fans really get on their case. And now you can see Big Lou telling the referee he pulled his tights.
Big Lou's telling the crowd to be quiet, don't get involved. You know, they're not asking for their opinion. Of course, the crowd saw exactly.
Have we seen these green pants from the Miami or from the Memphis Vice before? I don't care for it. I think it's a weird color.
Exactly what happened.
I'm not sure I don't know, unless that's like palm, the color of a palm. I don't know.
Top wrist lock. Lou goes to a handful of hair to jerk Jeff Jarrett.
Well, I mean, on the FOIA, there's really nothing else I can do. I mean, they've just said they're not going to fill it. They're not going to respond to it or they're not going to give me any more paperwork than they did because according to their specific state laws on it, if it's related to domestic violence, they can't release it. But that's kind of bullshit to me because the case was dismissed. So it wasn't, unless they're just saying if it even has anything to do with it. Now, if it's a conviction, they have to they have to heavily redact it or whatever. Okay, but this case was dismissed. So I don't think there's any reason they should be latching on to all those documents.
Off his feet. Pat Tanaka's trying to tell the referee he's in the air. Nice reversal, and Jeff drops with an elbow right at the shoulder of Lou Winston. Big Lou. Whoa.
Yeah, a little hair pulling there, but not on the side you might expect to see the hair pulling, huh?
Well, I'm glad to see the young fellas learned about payback.
That's true. That is true.
I don't condone it, but certainly in this case, look at Lou. Has his hand right in there.
Oh, no. Come on. The Japanese and the Ninja.
Tojo, Goto, and Sato were just walking by. They were on their way out to the parking lot. Jeff Jarrett had to make an incendiary comment toward him and incite this riot. It's a shame.
Sent into the ring by Tojo.
Hey, what's up? It's me.
And this is exactly what they want. They want to get the sides where it's so uneven. Sato and Goto on Jeff. Big Lou, Jerry Bryan, and the Ninja on Pat Tanaka. Wait a minute. Looks like a repeat of that Paul Diamond thing. Hey, ref!
Oh, I thought I was going to put him on the chair.
Here
Who's
comes
this?
Eddie Marlin.
Eddie Marlin. Ed going crazy right now.
Eddie Marlin coming in there.
Oh, my God.
To help.
Oh, no.
Jeff out.
Oh, my God.
Goto. Sato on Eddie. David Haskin gets glommed by the Memphis Vice as he comes in. They've ripped Eddie's suit off, torn his shirt off.
Are we going to get former drug addict Paul Diamond limping down to the ring and with his fake cast?
Bryant Brothers and Jim Jameson trying to help out. David Haskins out here, too.
They're stomping on Eddie's leg.
So I'm fairly confident that there's no kind of no long-term arrangement between Memphis Vice and the Japanese contingent, but I'm just assuming they're doing this because they hate Jeff Jarrett and all the good guys. I think it's just bad guys teaming up to hurt the good guys more than anything else.
Come on, get him off out his way. Oh, man, all they did was work on his leg and ankle.
Dave's channel, you've got videos about letting off illegal fireworks. That sounds like a Boyd Watch episode.
Oh, man.
Don't move it, don't move it.
They've broken another leg.
He's on. You may be able to get him off on that other leg over there because he just got on his right leg. Is there any way you can get him?
Your leg and your ankle,
They were jumping on it, hit it with a chair and everything else. No, that's right.
Hold on. Hey, Jerry. Need to get somewhere he can't dump with his leg or something, you know. Here, do it. Yeah, put that bump in there. Come on, well, hey, Lance, why don't you just, are we still on the air? Why don't you tell those Japs, why don't you tell that stinking, rotten, slant-eyed Japs to get themselves out here right now when there's several people in here instead of having to jump somebody from behind.
Holy shit, he's lighting up.
Any guts at all? Let the yellow like their stinking skin. Get them out here. They're not going to get out there. They're not going to get out here when it's even.
Wow. Are we on the air? And we're 18 minutes in, King. Okay, let's listen to King's promo one more time. That kind of snuck up out of nowhere.
Well, hey, Lance, why don't you just, are we still on the air? Why don't you tell those Japs, why don't you tell that stinking, rotten, slant-eyed Japs to get themselves out here right now when there's several people in here instead of having to jump somebody from behind. Get them out here right now if they got any guts at all. Let the yellow like their stinking skin. Get them out here.
They're not going to get out there. They're not going to get out here
really
when it's even
up.
or anywhere close to even.
They won't take it down too long.
Are Jerry's leggings pink? It kind of looks like it, but I think they're white. I think it's just because his singlet looks white if it wasn't next to that whiter white, but the whiter white makes it look like grayish.
And what they want to do is get out when they've got 5 guys against 3 guys or something like that. No, you're not going to get him back. Yeah, be careful and get him out. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what we're going to do. While they're getting Eddie out, we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back in just a moment.
I like how no matter what act has just happened, if it's been something horrendous or like someone's leg is shattered and all chaos is breaking loose, we always go to commercial to the upbeat hip music.
On Thursday, October the 16th, Caruthersville, Indiana will be hosting championship wrestling at Caruthersville High School, sponsored by the Volunteer Fire Department. Tickets on sale at the Fire Department. Thursday, November the 6th at Vincennes, Indiana at the Vincennes University PE Complex. And Thursday, November the 20th, down the road, Mount Washington.
I feel like Lawler's outfit there was kind of like a weird optical illusion.
Kentucky. We'll tell you more about that. Now, let's take out just 30 seconds here to tell you about the action coming up on Title Night at the Evansville Coliseum. Wednesday night is when it's going to be. There will be a 5-match, one-night tournament to establish the new international heavyweight champion. Some of those entered. Pat Tanaka will be there. The Giant Hillbilly will be there. The huge Big Bubba will be there.
Yeah,
the
what's
Ninja
up, Jimmy?
and many others going in that 5-match, one-night tournament for the title. Mid-America
title. Tracy Smothers against Boyd Tony. Bass and Rhodes against Paul and McCord for the Southern title in the Czech. And then Jarrett and Rich against Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto.
Wow, that was efficient. Nikita Molkovich.
The King stepping up on the ring apron right now, already in the ring, and jumping the King as he comes through there. Nikita Molkovich from Siberia. He jumped Lawler even before Lawler got through the ropes. Lawler moved out of the way. And
I don't know. I was speculating on that earlier. I wasn't sure, like if it is or not. It could just be. You never know with Memphis. They could say Big Bubba, and it's just some rant. It's just like another hillbilly.
And the Russian maybe finds out what kind of battle he's in for here.
He's already got the
with
straps
the right
down.
hand, pounding the Russian. King back to the rope. Down with the right hand. And a cover. 1, 2. It's over. Took him 37 seconds. 37 seconds as he was jumped even before he got through the ropes.
That's what got him hot.
Absolutely.
Molkovich jumped him right before the bell even rang, and here he comes, flying off. Wham! He nails Molkovich, and then it was a matter of holding him. 1, 2, 3.
I like hot as another word for mad, especially because there's some wrestlers who will say that they're half hot, like they're halfway to getting mad. I thought that was a fun phrase, half hot. I'm getting half hot over here.
Got a brand new video, Dave, of the King. It's called Going Crazy. This is an interesting thing we've seen. As a matter of fact, the very first wrestling video was of the King way back. And this is one we think you might be interested in. It's called Going Crazy. Let's take a look at it.
It's a pretty fair comparison. Like, I feel like either one of them could get a good main event match out of just about anybody because they could work with their styles. But I also think that it can be kind of samey. But I think too that both of them were really good. That if they're in a feud that's got like intensely personal issues, then like they can kind of like elevate to that next level. Last night, I'm trying to think of what I was. Oh, it was on. I watched Death Wish 3 last night, and there was a term in it. They said roof rats, which they meant it to be just like, you know, thugs that would hang out on roofs and like watch to tell people when they could see like people to go and attack and stuff. But I like that term roof rats. I'm gonna figure somewhere to put that. You love seeing Lawler bleed. Oh my God, Dave. Are you a vampire? I heard about stuff like that on the Geraldo program. Like the original Death Wish, which is kind of it's a good movie that's like it explores the psychology of like a working class, well, not working class, but he's not rich, but he's upper class, of an upper class like liberal who suddenly realizes that like, you know, the world isn't exactly the way that they viewed it to be, and like he fights back little by little, but every time he does it, like it sickens him. but as the movie goes on, like he gets more and more used to it. So like it's well told. Death Wish 2, 3, and 4 are just the opposite of that. It's just him blowing people up for fun, like literally with bazookas. In Death Wish 3, they demolished like pretty much an entire inner city block, like literally. They didn't have CGI back then. They just like leveled all these buildings and shit. And then there's Death Wish 5, which I think is most people consider like the first one kind of its own thing, and then 2, 3, 4 their own thing, and then 5 is kind of a like I don't even it's not normally even recognized by a lot of Death Wish fans as an official sequel. Absolutely, yeah. Which is funny because Ruby SpaceX friend is the giggler, and her friend the giggler said one time on stream that she had a real at one point like a really intense.
Okay, we are ready almost with our next bout.
Yep, yeah. The fifth one is just I don't know how to. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I definitely know that it's not like it's made by an entirely different group of people, whatever. But I mean, it's still Charles Bronson shooting people. Like the Family of Cops movies, if you've seen those, like they're not really good, but it's still Charles Bronson like being a badass, and that alone sometimes is enough to make a movie worthwhile, in my opinion.
We're just going to go right ahead in here on this one, and it's going to be a tag action match that will have the...
Oh my God, in Death Wish, he was 52, and I mean, dude was ripped. Like, ripped. Like, he had the kind of thing where, like, when he wore, like, he was an architect, so he had he wore, like, kind of a snug fit dress clothes, and, like, you could see his six-pack through, like, his, like, dress shirt. It was ridiculous.
Former Fire, Flame, and Torch together. Let's have the official introduction, David.
This one is going to be a six-man tag team match. One fall, 10-minute time limit at a total of 631 pounds. Over on the right, from Mississippi, Jerry.
He made so many good movies during that time. Mr. Majestic, The Mechanic, 10 to Midnight. What was the I think Breakheart Pass was a different era of his, but I think about it the same as those. And Chato's Land. I think those were about a decade before, though. But he made a bunch of movies in the 80s that were just bananas.
Garman from Memphis, Tennessee, David Johnson, and also from Memphis, Jim Jameson. Cross away, the total weight, are you ready for this? 9.
And now Jeff Bezos owns all of them. He owns all, like, the vast majority of Charles Bronson's catalog.
103 pounds. Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, and Larry Wright, the former Fire, Flame, and Torch. Underway, six-man tag action. That's Don Bass from Arkansas. Starting against... Who's he starting against? He's starting against Jerry Garman. Garman giving away half a ton of weight.
Boy. They are so outweighed. This is Larry Wright who is in there. He is the...
You haven't checked out any of Charles Bronson's work. He's got like different eras of his career. Like he was in a bunch of really good Westerns early on. And then as he kind of started to fade out a little bit, Galan and Globus signed him to like making just a massive amount of movies in a short amount of time. But if you like... There's just a genre of movie to me that's just like 80s badasses, and it's hardly ever like the action hero types. It's like these like guys like Charles Bronson or remember that you guys ever heard of Henry Silva? He was always typically he was the bad guy, but he looked like a demented Chevy Chase, but literally on screen was like one of the biggest badasses. There were just some people who maybe didn't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but were like still incredibly badass. Like I feel like that's the Buford how do you pronounce it? Buford Pucer movies, The Walking Tall. Like it's just some rugged redneck guy, like vigilante justice.
The former Torch. And going to the corner is Jerry Garman. Here comes Jim Jamison in.
About the only chance they've got is to keep a fresh man in there all the time.
And they put Charles and I think every like DVD and Blu-ray of Chato's Land always has Bronson on the cover too.
Not sure they're going to be able to do that, given the ability that this other team has to keep them tied up away from their corner.
After 60 seconds in there, they got...
Yeah, when he's got all those, like, he's taken on all those, like, young street punks when he's 60. And one of my favorite Charles Bronson lines ever is he's just, like, in a standoff with this, like, guy that looks like he's just out of some futuristic, crazy 80s street gang, you know? And he's like, you believe in Jesus? And the kid's like, yeah. And he's like, you're going to meet him. And then just fucking just guns him down, like no emotion. There's an instance where maybe not being such a great traditional, in like the traditional sense, a great actor worked, because maybe if he would have tried to show more emotion. I mean, he did it okay in Death Wish, but it definitely wasn't like, you know, some like award level performance, but just being deadpan and just no emotion, just gunning down. He kills at least 150 people in Death Wish 3 for sure.
Guy is no longer fresh. That's for a fact.
True.
Pounding away. Dirty Rhodes just beating Jim Jamison.
Yeah. He's like, hey, what's going on here? Hey, it actually goes, hey, what's going on here? What's the matter to you if we steal the car? It's my car. Charles Bronson's voice fucking cracks me up. And then, like, when he gets into a romance, again, it's nothing. It's just a completely stoic, silent kiss, and then it's just him buttoning up his shirt the next morning every time. Like, no reaction to, no emotional investment. But by Death Wish 3, he's definitely been through so much, like, trauma, some of which self-inflicted. So maybe he just doesn't feel anymore. Matt Pinfield, was he the bald-headed guy? What was the name of the show he hosted? Or no, Matt Pinfield, wait. I don't know who I'm thinking of now. I don't know what bald guy I'm thinking of.
Came out of the corner, Jim Jamison.
Jamison's cut open his forehead, leading. Dirty Rhodes pounded on him in the corner over here.
I'm not sure how many views the Sphincter would bring in, because John Waters had that guy that made his butthole sing in Pink Flamingos, and I mean it was a critical success, but as far as commercial, not so much. Okay, I was thinking of the Pixies, yeah, and then I thought, well, that can't be the same guy, but it was.
Yelling, get up, Lawler. I think he's maybe looking ahead to some other match somewhere.
That's it. He's got a match coming up with the King, and
I like the first Death Wish too, because it shows him doing a bunch of architect work, and in the later ones, he's just kind of, you know, independently wealthy, I guess. He doesn't really come up. But he has to, like, negotiate, like, real estate deals and stuff in the first Death Wish, and it's just funny to see him in, like, the boardroom and shit. It's also funny to see him act like it's awkward for him to hold a gun, because he has to go through that phase in the first Death Wish of being like, hey, I don't believe in gun violence, pal. But he has to, like, slowly but surely get to where he loves guns.
Dirty Rhodes head.
That's Dirty Rhodes.
Still pretty well bandaged.
Basically, right now in Memphis, or at least he was, they did a little bit of a handoff, maybe. I think maybe the Japanese group is the hottest heels right now, but they're right up there. But they're coming off like an intensely hot run, no pun intended, as Fire, Flame, and the Torch that was just led to a ton of like crazy-ass brawls.
Up as a little souvenir. I think what he's doing is dreaming that's Jerry Lawler, you know. 'Cause
yeah, Jeff Goldblum was one of the people in the first one. Then in the second one, it's Lawrence Fishburne is one of them. Then in the third one, it's Alex Winter, the guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. But he has issues with it. He says that Death Wish is exploitative, and it's like, well, who cares? Of course it is. They call them exploitation movies. Of course they're exploitative.
He knows doggone well he's not going to be able to pound Lawler around like that.
Don Bass with that upper arm just nailed.
Yeah, the stack of quarters, especially because after he uses it, and his brain is like, hold on a second, you know, the police wouldn't help me, nobody would help me, but I used violence and it solved the problem, and like everything's okay. I'm just gonna go home. And he had that realization, and when he gets back to his house, he starts beating the shit out of the living room with the quarters. That was a great scene.
Just popped him right down to the mat. Bass puts Jamison back in the ropes. Clothesline. Over to the corner and makes the tag again on Dirty Rhodes. Dirty Rhodes picking him up. Power slam down to the mat. Cover.
And then the dispatcher goes, looking for suspect, missing 2 front teeth.
Count is 1, 2. And
You got him.
Mercifully.
That's also a funny part in 3, is that there becomes these like Home Alone side narratives where he helps all these Jewish people, and he sets up these traps in their home. It's really strange.
His history.
He's like, hey, I've got this big elephant gun, pal. But for you, I'm going to rig up a 2x4 to hit one guy in the face.
2 minutes, 25 seconds the time. Jim Jamison cut
He does not do a Dusty impression, no. I don't think so.
badly by Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, and Larry Wright.
Well, you just had to keep beating on him until you busted him
That
off.
boy's from the Jerry Lawler School of Wrestling. Let me tell you something, Lance Russell. And let me tell all these idiots out here what that team did last week, brother, when he come out here with a 2-liter Coke bottle and busted over my head.
Yeah, what are you talking about that? What do you call running a guy off the road, getting 3 of you to jump on top of a guy and beat him up out there?
That's an out-and-out lie. That's an out-and-out lie. Everybody here knows that Jerry Lawler's a bad driver. Now, on top of that, he knew he had to come here and face me. He ran off the road, and everybody know he is prone to drink at times. That's right. He ought to be in jail right now for drunk driving.
I know who had the keys to his car. I saw him.
There's a lot of car keys around, Lance Russell. I own a car, too. Now, let me say something, brother. When you bust...
Oh, I forgot. And the other people, so Charles Bronson teams up with the Jewish people, and then the other person he teams up with is the dad from A Christmas Story.
a bottle over a man's head. You have no regard for his life, his eyesight. What if that went in my eyes, Lance Russell? What if that jagged edge went in my skull? I'm gonna tell you something, brother. It's gonna come between me and you. And there ain't no love lost, there ain't no love gathered, brother. And one of us has gotta go down. And it's gonna be you. Now, I heard him out here saying something about he wanted to give his fans something. What did he want to give them, Killer? A crown. A crown! A crown right here. Look at that crown right there.
That doesn't
Hey, look here. Some lucky
I've got to find somebody. I don't remember if somebody said Vaughn Live was still. Can you still stream on Vaughn Live or no? I'd like to find a place we could watch shit like that even like on Twitch I wouldn't be able to watch the Death Wish movies because of all the nudity. But there's got to be like a streaming site that we could watch those on.
fan. Some lucky fan must be nice gonna win this.
Oh no.
People's possessions or anything else.
No, it was called Vaughn Live. I don't know if it was still around or not. I don't want to start a Discord though. Then there's like a whole. Can you have a Discord that doesn't that doesn't have anywhere you can talk besides like in the live?
Well, I tell you, when Rodney Dangerfield says it, no respect, it's a funny line, but I'm going to tell you what.
Like, do you have to have discussion areas, or can you just have like a VC or whatever?
We don't mean it funny at all. These guys got no respect for people. They got no respect for possessions. Yamamoto and the Japanese team, exactly the same thing.
If Vaughn Live is still up, I mean, you don't have to make an account or anything, I don't think, to watch there, but if Vaughn Live is still around, that's probably the best way, because I literally showed everything over there, like everything you could think of.
I'm sorry.
It was like the original version of this, kind of, where I was kind of overdoing video game stuff, and I was having to stream from a really crap computer that I couldn't have a cam on. So all we did was watch shit, and then we just had to talk in the chat room. But you don't have to. I don't think you have to sign up for an account or anything.
Jerry, they just ruined it.
Now, hey, they didn't ruin that for me. That's something they ruined that I said, just stood out here a while ago, and I said I was going to give to some of the fans down there. That's who they ruined this for. That's what I'm talking about. Jerks like that, like you said, Lance, they have no respect. All they got to do is it shows how it takes a big, tough man to stomp on something that can't fight back, don't it? But, brother, you can't stomp on the king, can you? That's why you have to stomp on something that can't fight back. But when I get in the ring with you, I'm going to stomp you just like you stomped this crown.
Hey, Jerry, we're going to take a...
Now, see, I don't think you'd get that nowadays either. Like, Lawler has been in two incredibly heated segments against two completely different sets of bad guys. Now, he's not the primary in one of them, but it's still interesting that, like, you could still, like, they were muddying the waters a lot as far as, like, it was always just good guys and bad guys, just a question of, like, which one's against each other. But I like it when everybody gets into everybody else's business.
A break. We'll be back in just a minute. We've had a lot of new wrestlers from time to time come by Championship Wrestling, but I'll tell you one thing. I don't believe we've ever had many of them that have been the size of the big guy coming
All right, is this going to be Bubba?
up here right now from Miami, Florida. Big Bubba. He tips him in at 4.
Well, there you go. So it's not who we thought it was, but yet it's not a disappointment because it's Fred Ottman. So this is kind of interesting. 86, Fred Ottman as... That's Fred Ottman, right? Looks just like him. As Big Bubba.
407 pounds, and he is here with Championship Wrestling.
I tell you
Oh, Dave Brown 100% is cutting beer farts through the whole thing, man. That's why Lance Russell's always so hot under the collar.
what, Big Bubba, that's the name, brother, and I want all those people out there to remember it. Let me tell you, 600-pound bench press, 25-inch arms. I'm here for a reason. I just come off of a world tour, and all I ever heard was the roughest, the toughest wrestling was right here in this area. Well, brother,
Yeah, that's Tugboat. I'm 99.9% sure. I mean, sometimes he does at this time have like kind of a look like a lot of the other wrestlers that I could imagine coming through, but I'm pretty sure that's him.
I hear there's an international belt on the line. The next time I want I want all those people out there to watch.
Excuse me.
The next time I come into the studio, it's going to be sitting right here in these
Man, I would love to I wish I could have got into it with Lance Russell. I need to argue with more people while I can.
hands.
You got big enough hands to have it. We'll see. You got a match right up here right now. Big Bubba. Woo! Oh, good night. He is some size, Dave.
He is. Big Bubba stands at 6'7". He's in the ring right now. 6'7", 405.
Dude, like I guess if you're more knowledgeable about Memphis than I am, then you do know who's going to show up. But like as somebody who literally doesn't really, I'm just going blind as we watch this, like it's amazing how many, you just never know who's going to show up and have like a little run.
07. Big Bubba going against David Haskins. David out of Memphis, Tennessee.
No, I'm not going to argue. Listen, I'm like savvy guy. I'm not going to argue with people over stuff that we all know is right. That's foolishness.
See, David, pretty good size at 235 pounds, but he's going to look very small compared to this big guy out of Miami, Florida.
ATF Media always roots against whoever I want to win the matches. I think that's intentional.
Bubba. Bell sounds, and here we go. Bubba, just on size alone, is going to have to be considered a favorite starting, a heavy favorite. Look at the size of that guy's arm.
Yeah, I was just looking at him and through the chest and the arms in there. He's sheer power. I don't know whether he can wrestle, but I'll tell you one thing. He certainly has got the physical part of it.
Big Bubba does suck as a name, but I feel like maybe that's a kind of name. There's probably been someone in every territory named Big Bubba, so maybe just at some point it's just like it's maybe a little bit of a tiny boost on getting over if you have a name that sounds like people should know who you are.
6'7". Just look at the way he towers over David Haskins, and you made the point that David is no peanut by any means.
David's a former collegiate football player, 235 pounds. And look, he just picked him up and threw him halfway across the ring. He's done that a couple of times already in a match.
I don't know what you do with a guy.
Man, I wish we could. I fucking hate copyright. I wish we could pause or I wish we could watch this and then pause it and then watch a tugboat match. But I fucking know they would take it down.
This big and this strong. He makes no bones about it. He uses that size to do whatever he pretty well wants to.
I think what you got to do is get him off his feet, and believe me, that's much easier said than done. Very easy to say sitting over here. Look at that. Wow.
God damn.
Just pitched him all the way across the ring. I mean, he threw him to the corner. Big Bubba.
Haskins looking for an opening. Not finding one.
Really?
Ooh. Big broad arm. There's Haskins up in the air
This
again.
easy oh my gosh.
Over the head and
Wow.
just slammed him down to the mat.
Dropped with a big leg, and brother, that was got a lot of mustard behind it when he falls on you.
Oh, he's sitting down again.
Look at the size of this guy.
Shoulders are down. He picks him up
Oh,
at the 2
no,
count.
what a
Now,
heel.
come on.
$10
No
ounces. Come,
excuse
where are
for
you
that
getting
at all.
$10
He probably
ounces
could
at?
have gotten the 3 count easily. Haskins ducks under. Big
Well, don't
Bubba
tell
just
me where he
catches
got it.
him rather nonchalantly. Just kind of picked him up in
Turned
the air
around,
and
picked him up,
threw him
slammed
down.
him down.
Awesome.
Close.
Can you imagine the idea of a fucking plant limit? Like, we are grown adults, and like some bunch of old people are going to be like, hey, listen, you can only have this number of plants, literally of plants. What the fuck? How is that even? I don't understand that. Like, they're going to tell you how many plants you can have?
Line puts David down on the deck. And look at this. The Big Bubba splash. 1, 2, 3.
2 minutes, 27 seconds the time. And I don't know about you, but I'm impressed.
Yowza. Some kind of...
Yeah, it just depends. I couldn't really see doing like a full home grow unless you were like incredibly rooted in like just a few strains and you didn't want anything else and you wanted to make sure you always had them. But I think, yeah, given how cheap the prices are in a lot of states, I think it kind of makes sense just to maybe supplement if there's like specific strains you like, or if you just do it for, well, obviously if you enjoy it and you do it as a hobby, then that kind of changes everything. But yeah, it is a lot of work. I always view like people talking about like, oh, I'm gonna get chickens to raise eggs or so I can get free eggs, and I just don't think people understand how much work and money can go into something like that.
Giant Big Bubba. Well, we've been talking the entire program about Boy Tony. Right now is our chance for everybody to get their first look at Boy Tony. Here he is.
I don't know how many hats I have. I'm not sure how many pineapple hats.
Hello. You people will remember me as Tony Falk.
Oh no, Tony Falk. Oh no. So they gave Tony Falk a Boy George gimmick. Boy Tony. Who booked this? Oh my God. Boy Tony Falk.
But Tony Falk died one night at a rock concert in St. Petersburg, Florida. And boy, Tony was born. Now, you people remember...
You never tried it. I'm not one of those people who's like, you got to try it. Or if somebody's like, oh, it's not for me, then like, as I get that, I have one specific strain that if I would have smoked that strain first, I might not have ever wanted to smoke weed again. So I understand the people that aren't interested in it. I'm not like advocating for other people. I just think it's like amazing for myself. But it works with my brain chemistry.
Tony Falk didn't win very many wrestling matches, but boy, Tony wins 9 out of every 10 matches. Now I want to take some time to explain this to you.
I thought this was Tim Heidecker.
Now you be good, and I'm going to tell you how it all happened. See, it goes like this. One night, I said, I'm going to go to this concert to see Boy George. And while I was there, he noticed that I was out there, and he stopped everything and announced that we had a great wrestler in the audience. And I stood up, and everybody gave me a round of applause, and I sat back down. But after the show, Boy said...
Like, I also don't really understand the people who are like, oh, I can smoke so much weed. Like, it just, everybody's different. Like, if you can get high enough for yourself off of like a pre-roll or a couple one-hitters, like, that's amazing. Like, that's, there's nothing wrong with that. Or if you're just like, I don't want to get like, you know, boy Tony high. I get that too. Like, I've never understood that. Like, just whatever amount of weed works for you, like, that's the right amount of weed.
Sent someone out to tell me to come backstage, and he wanted to talk to me. And what Boy George wanted to tell me is he told me, Tony, you got to quit trying to be like everybody else, copying their styles and their moves, and you just got to be yourself. And when you do...
I mean, you literally just never know what the fuck is going to happen in 1986 Memphis. How can any wrestling live up to a post Memphis 1986 world?
Everything is going to happen for you. So from that day on, I just started being myself. I dressed the way I wanted to dress. I walked the way I wanted to walk. And I talked the way I wanted to talk. And I was successful. So I went back to Boy George and I talked to him. And I said, you know, this has changed my life so much that I want from this day on to be known as Boy Tony. And Boy George and I became such good friends. He asked me would I help him with his special projects. I went with him to help on the Farm Aid, the Live Aid concerts. I went to Hollywood with him, and I met a lot of his friends, and I thought that it was...
Oh my God, yeah, Adrian Adonis. What a great wrestler stuck in a... I mean, it was hilarious gimmick, but I mean, you knew it was never gonna... And then, who in the world picked out Adrian Adonis's tights? Do you remember those things were pretty much completely sheer pink? I mean, it was absolutely outlandish.
Really nice that Boy George was helping those poor farmers and those people over in Africa. And I thought it would be wonderful if I could do something for the wrestling fans, to clean up these wrestling fans, because you know...
I don't know. I'm weird. I can't keep track of like where stuff was in the 80s. So to me, like Hogan was early 80s and Ultimate Warrior was mid 80s, but that's not accurate. That's not how it really was. So like my brain is just wired weird about figuring out where things were in the 80s and 90s.
Some of them are pretty nasty. They need soap, they need toothpaste, and I said that I'm going to raise money. Boy even said he would help me with the concert to raise money for these wrestling fans. Now my special...
Well, I mean, wouldn't Gorgeous George be like, obviously these are kind of down a little bit different road, but isn't that the original pretty much of like the feminine male heel handing out, he was handing out gold hairpins and shit?
project is going to be called Fan Aid. Now, I told Boy George it wasn't good enough just raising money and buying things and sending them over there to Africa because them Africans didn't know how to use them. But see, I'm going to take time and teach these people, these fans, how to use deodorant and how to use toothbrush and toothpaste and how to shampoo your hair properly. I'm going to show everybody how to use these things properly. Each week, I'm going to have my own.
So Tony Falk doing a Boy George gimmick is going to teach the rednecks in Memphis how to use deodorant and brush their teeth. I'm here for it, to be honest.
Boy Tony hygiene tip of the week right here. So if you
Boy George
follow me now into my powder room, I will show you the first tip of the week. Now I'm going to have to put this microphone down right now, and I'll talk real loud so you can hear me. Now, I want you people to go and get in front of the mirror, and I want you to smile real big right now. Just go ahead, smile. Now, you see all that green stuff and that brown stuff between your teeth? That's not supposed to be there. And Boy Tony is going to teach you how to get it off right now. First of all, you need a toothbrush and some toothpaste. Now, all you do is you take the cap off and you squeeze a little bit. Not too much. You don't want to be wasteful. Put the cap back on the toothpaste. Now, that's a no-no to leave the cap off. Never do that. Okay, now, take the toothbrush with the toothpaste, run a little water, and stick it under there just for...
I'll be honest with you. If you'd have told me that this is... we were going to be watching this, I don't think I would have been like, Memphis is crazy, but no way we're going to get a Boy George gimmick, Tony Falk giving hygiene lessons.
Moment, and then take your toothbrush with your toothpaste and...
Hey, what do you think about you guys that are familiar at all with the Grace world? What if Mr. Deadman did one of these to Grace about how to use deodorant and brush her teeth and shit?
Just scrub up and down. There you go. Up and down.
Oh yeah, this was a really repeatedly used heel thing. Remember in Smoky Mountain, Sunny did it. She tried to teach that dumpy girl how to be like a lady and give her all these lessons. She just ended up like beating her up all the time and shit.
All around. Oh yeah, just watch me, boys and girls. Just like this. Now, at first, you will have a little problem with your gums starting to bleed.
WWF, way back in the day, whenever Paul Orndorff was feuding with Hogan and he was like a big-time heel, I think it was when they were doing like tag team matches, like Orndorff and Piper, or Orndorff and Orton against Hogan and Mr. T, or Hogan and whoever. Corporal Kirshner. Hopefully not, but I'm pretty sure he was involved. But anyway, they would do vignettes where Paul Orndorff went to the gym and would like heckle the just people that, you know, walk around at the gym. I'm sure they were actors or actresses, whatever, but it was really funny. Like he'd just go around and like roast everybody in the gym, and that was just the whole segment.
Just a little bit, but that's no problem because after a while your gums will get used to that, but you got to get that.
If someone walks into the room and sees this on a screen with no context, that's kind of how Boit Watch is, since I watch a lot of it blind. I'm always wondering, like, if something insane happens, like changes the tone of the video, and I got to react to it in the moment.
Green stuff off of them teeth, and just keep scrubbing up and down.
Or people being like, "Why the hell is Mark watching a video of a anthropomorphic cat getting a haircut?"
And all around. And after you get finished, take a little water and rinse out your mouth. And then you can have a big, white, beautiful smile like Boy Tony has. Now, I want you to be sure to join me next week for another Boy Tony hygiene tip.
No, you know what that video vibe was? Boit. That was like a Boit toothbrush tutorial. Look at the height.
Evansville Coliseum Wednesday night. Son of a gun.
Corporal Kirshner just sucked. I'm somebody who I got behind Mr. Liberty, for God's sake. Like a patriotic gimmick. I'm in for it. And like Corporal Kirshner was just the shits. And that was when I was most susceptible to a patriotic gimmick, right? Back in the 80s. And he was just like his matches were just lousy. Oh my God. And they'd stick him. I remember at the house shows. Oh man, I'm getting like PTSD just thinking about this. They used to put him in matches against like Nikolai Volkov or the Sheik, and it was normal. Or oh my God, the worst ones was whenever it was Nikolai and Boris Zukov, and it would be like just these really long rest hold matches like that. What was that dude's name in the first match from that Houston house show? Remember, like it was just all rest holds. That's what those matches were like. But they would put it behind like a flag match or something to try to get the crowd to care. But Corporal Kirshner matches were brutal.
On what a night that's going to be. All those tag action matches are going to be taking place. A tournament for the international heavyweight. We got a Southern tag title tournament that's going to be going in there with Rhodes and Bass against Rick McCord and John Paul.
Oh, I forgot about these guys. Thick Gemini vibes.
Oh, now, you guys, not only are the titles up and you've got your crack at the titles, but that check is at stake from the Battle Royal, and that's one you got a real interest in, too.
Well, I'll tell you what, Evansville, you better be ready to see the most exciting...
I heard that the people in the crowd realized how much that suit was worth, and Lance Russell thought it wise that he better send it home before something happened to it.
...action that's ever been in that town, because Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass have stolen...
Whenever Grace talks about how she has a DP fantasy, I think this is like what she visualizes.
...something from us. That's $10,000, and that's a lot of money. And the other thing that's going to happen is we're going to become the new Southern Tag Team Champions. I was watching an interview earlier that they made. Dirty Rhodes was standing out here shaking so bad he was almost crying. Well, I tell you what, you're going to be really crying when you're $10,000 broker and less champions.
Yeah, John?
That's right. All I can say, man, you took something from us, man, and we're coming to get it back. We're going to get the belts at the same time, brother.
Okay, good luck to you. We're looking forward to seeing that Wednesday. I'll tell you another one I want to see, and that's that six-man match. It's going to pay it all off. You're going to have Jerry Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett, joined by Tommy Wildfire Rich against Sato Goto and Yamamoto.
That's
you
right,
got to
man.
look at him right
this
there.
week is 3-on-3. Now, I'm not out here to make excuses for my dad and myself, but last week Dad got in a predicament on the floor. Tojo was out there beating him with the stick. And
Look at Jerry Jarrett's hair. Oh, my God.
the other Jap was on him, and the other Jap was trying to get up the pole and get the strap. Somehow I was fighting both of them off. I got up the pole and got the strap, and as soon as I come down, Tojo's in the ring with his own strap.
Yeah.
But that's last week.
Yeah, the Mexican. I'm posting the last Mexican Spitfire review today, so everybody there'll be no more Mexican Spitfire clogging up the timeline.
And this is this week. And Tojo is 3-on-3 this week, and I'm going to give you a beating of your life, and that is a promise.
Jerry, is one of those things you got to watch Yamamoto all the time.
Yeah, Lance, Jeff said it all. We've got to get even. It's time to quit feeling sorry for ourselves. And Tojo, I want to tell you something.
He looks like a second grade teacher, like advocating for more classroom funding.
You got out of a beating, but you're not going to get out of it this week. The ultimate humiliation is to have your pants down and your bottom spanked. That's what's going to happen to you.
Okay, so let's get this straight. Whoever wins this match is going to take down the pants of the other people and spank their bare behind. I like that name, Excitement Incorporated.
You bet!
Corporal Kirshner had the worst. You know how like a baby face will, if they're in trouble and the crowd's not behind them, like that sucks. But some baby faces can they do have like the charisma to get the crowd behind them if they kind of push them, like shaking the arms or stomping the foot to get something going during a rest hold. Like he was the worst about that and it never worked. Just, oh my God, just terrible. But I would buy a Mattel action figure of Corporal Kirshner. Or, especially, I would buy one if they included like an alternate attire where he was Leatherface. But that might run into copyright issues. Look at all the rats coming out. Oh my God. Man, if you were a baby face in Memphis, dude, you'd be drowning in it.
Ready to go in this final match here today, David.
Yes, indeed. It's going to go to the expiration of time.
Now imagine in my wrestling federation, our heel champion, Savvy Guy, says that it doesn't matter that he's not the champion because women don't want him, they want the baby face.
Already in the ring, their opponents up there.
They don't want the guy that worked hard and got the belt and is carrying the company. They want the pretty boys that come through. They're only in town for a couple shows.
We're waiting for them. And now Rick McCord and John Paul, Excitement Incorporated, step up onto the ring apron, through the ropes. And we'll await the signal from referee Jerry Calhoun as we're set to get this one going. Expiration of time match it is. Keith Eric and the Invader over on one side of the ring. It looks like Keith Eric is going to be starting. He'll be starting against John Paul. John Paul out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. His partner, Rick McCord, out of Salem, Virginia. Keith Eric out of Memphis, Tennessee, and the partner, the Invader, out of parts unknown. Tag made by John Paul. That's Rick McCord coming in. He hammered the left arm of Keith Eric.
Yeah, Corporal Kirshner's punches were terrible too. I think the guys who, now that I think about it, like the wrestlers that I really enjoy watching are predominantly guys who are known for like either throwing a good worked punch or just for not caring and throwing like bombs or potatoes.
Yeah, time is run down today so that we really are very, very short on time. But we'll bring you just about as much as we can, which isn't going to be more than about another minute or minute and a half of action.
Now, hold on a second, Lance Russell. We got 9 minutes left. What's going on? What kind of chicanery is going on here?
And in here.
There's a slam by John Paul. The Invader finds himself lying on a mat. And
I think it might be Salem, Indiana. I'm not sure, though.
And probably in a bit of pain.
Did he say Salem, Virginia? I don't know. I'm terrible with, like, geography, too, of knowing how close all these places are to each other. I know there is a Salem, Indiana.
Invader off the ropes. Nice move. John Paul power slams him down to the mat. He does not go for a cover. He does tag Rick McCord, and they put it together. There's a count of 1, 2, and 3. Well, Excitement Incorporated getting them.
Well, I hate it. Fuck you. You're just trying to get me agitated today, Rush Limbaugh's burner account. Oh, Salem, Massachusetts. Oh, I thought you were talking about the where a live show was. I hate the Ultimate. I can't stand the Ultimate Warrior.
Themselves a victory here.
I'm still so bitter about WrestleMania 6.
Yeah, opening fall.
Turn one up here with a nice opening fall victory. And we're going to take time out. We'll be back with more action coming up for you in just a moment.
We got more action coming right up. We'll get back. Well, folks, Dave, tell us what all we saw today.
Bell time for the second fall of action. Boy, the first one didn't take very long.
Boy, it didn't.
I'll tell you that, Dave.
59 seconds the time on it as Rick McCord got the pin. There was a team effort by Rick McCord and John Paul. Like that right there, kind of double drop kick by...
I mean, I understand why. I'm not like, if you like the Ultimate Warrior, you're a Satanist, but like I don't really, you know, I can see why people liked him. I was just mad because Hogan was on like such a great run, and they took a chance and to try to get him to pass the torch to this dude, and then I just felt like Warrior really dropped the ball. You know what I mean? Like if he would have ran with it, like The Rock ran with it when Hogan put him over, like Rock ran with it. But like I feel like Warrior was just kind of a fizzle after that.
Excitement Incorporated. John Paul stays in there after the tag, working on the Invader. The Invader was pinned.
Everyone thinks it was a different Salem, so he definitely said Salem, Virginia. Okay.
In the first fall.
Keith Eric Keith wasn't officially in the match, has not as yet officially been in it. He came rolling in and just missed McCord's head as he was going to break that one up. The Invader popped down, and there's a tag on John Paul.
Correction, I think Keith started the match, but he was only in there for maybe like 10 seconds at the most. And he made a quick tag out of the Invader, yeah.
Oh, yeah, in that squash match.
Most of the match, he has been, in fact, standing out on.
And, like, as a kid, I didn't really give a shit because I wasn't a Warrior fan, but I also wasn't, like, I didn't really care if Honky Tonk Man lost the belt or not. But, like, looking back on it, there's another example of something that if they could have put that on somebody that would have really ran with it, you could have been like, wow, this guy ended Honky Tonk Man's Intercontinental title run. Epic. And then ended Hogan's run. Like, that whoever that was should have been, like, like up there with Hogan and Austin and The Rock, Cena.
The apron, that's what he's doing right.
Which I don't think Warrior is. I don't think Randy Savage is either. I think he's like a tier below, not as a wrestler, but just like as, you know, as a top guy. I think he'd be down with like Warrior on like the second tier.
Now, look at this. Boy, this help really works together well. One, count of two. Keith Eric able to break it up. Looked like another quick fall for Rick McCord and John Paul, but Keith Eric able to interfere in time to prevent the 3 count from falling.
Little snaps.
Or as Cornette would say, he's not on the John Tolos level.
Suplex from McCord puts the Invader down. The Invader.
I'm 45. I'm pretty old. I like Savage as a character. To me personally, he would be, but I think in like the broader view of the business, I don't think he's like on the same level as those people. I think he's just that little bit below.
That's where he has spent his time, is on the canvas.
You don't think Warrior would even be second tier? I mean, I personally don't, but I think a lot of people will say that he did. Like, I wouldn't put Jericho very high either, but I think like he has enough like accomplishments that it would be difficult to argue him past a certain point.
Paul now picks him up. Looks like he's going for a suplex. He does. Snaps him over and down, and again the Invader on the deck. Here comes Rick McCord. Drops with that elbow. Covers up. Count of 1, 2, and
again,
out of it.
Keith Eric able to get there and break it up just before the 3 count. Oh, big forearm by John Paul. Across the back of the Invader. Invader fired into the rope.
All right, Dave.
Catches the elbow coming out of there. Covered by John Paul. He's looking over his shoulder. Now there's what it'll do for you. Keith Eric had been in to interfere 2 or 3 times, and John Paul looking over his.
I think I only saw the Warrior one time, and I'm trying to think of who he wrestled against. It would have been like it was an absolute nobody jobber. I remember because it wasn't like a interesting match, but I just remember like I felt like in my memory he came down to the ring, he ran down, as he like slid into the ring and bounced off one set of ropes, they rang the bell, and he came through and hit like a big shoulder tackle one way and knocked him down, and then the guy got back up and fed him, and he hit another one, and then just the press slam, and then that was it. That was like the whole match. It was like a JT Southern match.
The shoulder to see if Eric was coming. Lost the concentration and allowed the Invader to get shoulder up, so he did not get the 3 count again. Here's McCord trying for the 3 count. He got a count of 2. Invader that time able to get the left shoulder up off the mat rather easily. Ford snaps him down again. Count is 1, 2. This time just too close to the corner.
Eric got in there also and was getting ready to stomp on him, and McCord lifted up out of the way.
Yeah, good move by Rick. I think what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to...
Yeah, Miz is another guy that, I mean, to me, I wouldn't even rate Miz, like, period. I wouldn't even put him on any tier, but, like, he did do so much stuff that, like, I think, like, from a historical perspective, people, and I think a lot of, like, recency bias, too, would factor in, but, like, to me, I wouldn't even rank him, but I think a lot of people probably put him fairly high.
They're also going to have to double team on that. There's a count of 2. The Invader kicks out of it. The man out in the corner for McCord and John Paul is going to have to watch Keith Eric, keep him out of the action to get the 3 count. There's a 2 count. Just as I was saying that, it looked like John Paul almost had him for the 3 count, and Eric was not on the way to save him. Double drop kick again. Boy, these guys work together as a tag team in a terrific manner. Good moves.
Clothesline.
Flying through the air. Cover by McCord. Down again at 2, and the Invader able to break out of it. Boy, this Invader, got to hand it to him. He hasn't done much of an offense today, but he's a fighter, and he's able to break those covers. Down at 2 again, he kicks out at the 2 count.
He has not made any smart moves to get to Keith Eric, though. I believe that's what I'd be doing if I was in his place, Dave.
I wish Bret Hart wouldn't have had the injuries that he had. I think he could have had a good run, like, you know, kind of like a Jeff Jarrett type of, like what Jeff Jarrett's doing now. I feel like Bret Hart could have had one of those. And, I mean, his style is high impact, but in a different kind of way. Like, he could adjust it, I think, to have some really good matches with some, like, modern guys. That's a shame.
I agree with you. Reverse neck.
Thanks a lot, Bill Goldberg.
Breaker by Rick McCord. This might do it. Count as 1, 2, and there comes Keith Eric to break it up at the 2.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what you think about him, he's definitely an effective heel, which I think why he got so much. It was like he was one of the few guys that seemed like he kind of got it personality wise there for a while. And I mean, it took Randy Orton forever to get to like grow any kind of a personality into his character, but like Miz got it right out of the gate.
Count. McCord is finally out of.
I miss the days when John Cena's character was stabbing people in nightclubs. Remember that era?
Enough of that. He went over to take a punch at Keith Eric. Eric, wisely though, kept going. He was down on the floor at the time, out of range of Rick McCord's right fist.
Championship Wrestling, having met 2 new.
Yeah, that's kind of that's an interesting take. That's very true. Yeah. Tons of tag teams, never a amicable parting of ways.
Faces today, one of them being Big Bubba and the other one being Boy Tony.
Here's Rick McCord up on the ropes. He drops down across the outstretched arm of the Invader, being held there by John Paul. Knee drop. Leaves him lying there.
Rick still has the distinction of being the only wrestler that we've ever had on Championship Wrestling from Salem, Virginia.
That is absolutely right.
I think overall, like if you factor in promo, longevity, in-ring, factor everything all averaged together, I think probably Terry Funk, I think, is the best. Like, if I had to pick one guy that I could send to, like, an alien planet as a representation of, like, this is what pro wrestling is, I think it would be Terry Funk.
He right now is in control of the Invader. The Invader is on the mat, and as you pointed out earlier, that's where the Invader has spent most of the day, lying face up on that mat.
He's had a restful tour down there on the canvas as they have really pounded him down, and the Invader gets put down again, and Keith Eric still standing on the outside. He has made a lot of moves into the ring and has broken up a lot of counts.
He has.
But he has not, since that opening few seconds, has not officially been back inside the ring the entire match.
John Paul again getting a 2 count on the Invader. Invader breaking out of it. Here comes Rick McCord back again. I can't tell you how many times in this fall they have had a 2 count on this guy. He has been in there officially all the way except for about the first 10 seconds of the first fall. The second fall, he's been in there the entire time. Count is 2, and again he kicks out of it. That is amazing, as many times as he's kicked out of this. John?
I do think Hogan is the person that ultimately would get sent, but like overall, but I think for me personally, I think Terry Funk was just such a nut. Like, he got it, like really, he had every aspect of it. He cut a promo on a literal horse's asshole.
Paulo and Rick McCord, give them credit. They just keep coming right back
going
at it.
right back
Keep
at him,
coming
yeah.
right back, and if it continues and they don't make a mistake.
Terry Funk would work the aliens, but to a reasonable and entertaining level. He wouldn't be doing it just to make himself like feel better or feel superior.
Sooner or later, they're going to get that 3 count slipped in there, and they're going to have 2 straight falls here. They have controlled the entire tempo of the match.
They won the first ball, and so the worst that could happen to them is something, just a bolt of lightning.
What a missed opportunity that was. Like, Dan Severn, I still think about that. Like, oddly enough, I think about it all the time, how we never got a real like quality built up, and then like a series of matches with Severn and Shamrock was just nuts to me. And they had Steve Blackman too at the time. I think they tried to do something, but it was just a flop. They did make a Dan Severn action figure though in the Jack's Pacific bone crunching line, and the head of it is hilarious. It looks exactly like him, but it also looks like they let Tank Abbott have a say, and it made him like a little bit more Freddie Mercury-esque than he is.
Struck them both, and they lost the second ball. There it is.
He got the 3 count, and McCord did come in to keep Keith Eric out of the action. As we said earlier, that's probably what it was going to take. It is what it took. John Paul got the 3 count in the Invader, and this ball is over. It's 2 falls to none for Rick McCord and John Paul.
Yes, they will end up winning it. We will not have time for any more action to go in there. But I think it probably was enough for the team of Eric and the Invader, too.
Especially the Invader. Boy.
Yeah, he was pounded down a lot. We had an unfortunate incident today.
That's something we could watch. Well, there's so much shit I want to watch, but that'd have to be watched on Twitch. Those watch some of the early UFCs. Back when you could be just like the absolute shits, but as long as you could like take somebody down to the ground, you were probably going to win the fight.
They were Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto, with others involved, ended up hammering Eddie Marlin down. Eddie has gone to get some x-rays taken of his leg and all, but they did their dead level best to break it. I can assure you that. Well, we don't want to get off on that. We got to go. Hope maybe we'll be back with.
Yeah, and then he was the NWA champion, I think, wasn't he, when they brought him in originally to UFC? He brought the NWA championship down with him, and then he won the fucking tournament. And it was like, I remember being a wrestling fan at the time, like my family, when we were watching him live, they would be like, they were making fun of him when he could like, oh, he's the NWA champion. Was Ric Flair going to get in the UFC? And then when he was, which admittedly, he's not a good fighter, but he is actually good, like, technical wrestler. So he pretty much dominated. When he had to strike in those matches, it looked so awful. Anybody who was willing to get in. He didn't win the first one. No, he didn't win the first one, but like he won the one that he came in on. Oh, did he? Oh, so he lost the first one and then came back and won. That sounds like a work. That sounds like a work storyline. But like anybody who was willing to get in back in those days, I think you kind of have to give them at least a pretty high, some kind of high level of credit just for doing it, because especially those really early ones, like they were making like up things as they went. Like once they saw someone abusing something, they would make a rule about it or whatever. But like Joe San getting hit in the nuts just over and over again. See, that makes me want to go back and watch it, watch all of them again, because now my memory of that's all fucked up. Oh, man, and then Don Fry. Like, every couple events, there'd be some, like, new badass guy that would come along, and you'd be like, okay, nobody's going to beat this motherfucker. And then somebody would inevitably almost always beat him. Then remember Boss Rutan came in, and then I think he only had, like, 2 matches or something. Okay, this is the immediately following episode, October 18th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling from Memphis, is seen by the Evansville, Indiana television audience. Yeah, Don Fry was amazing, and then he had that one really wild-ass fight over in Pride. See, if UFC didn't own Pride, we could probably watch Pride on here, but they will for sure flag them.
What a good group, and by golly, I'll tell you what, they're in for a good day. Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown. We're right along ringside, ready to go with another big day of championship wrestling. David.
Oh, I'm ready for this one today. We will be looking at Boy Tony in here. He will not be defending the belt, but he has the belt.
Listen to that.
The Mid-America Championship. He'll be going in a non-title single match today. A little bit later on, the international champion, Big Bubba. Boy, was he impressive in our first look at him. He'll be back today in a handicap match. Later on, we will have folks such as Tracy Smothers. We will have Soto and Gato and Soto will be in a little bit later on, too. And in addition to that, we are going to be bringing back one of the great names out of championship wrestling who will have a special
I can't take the suspense.
Introduction for us, and that comes up very soon.
Yeah, we'll be doing that right after we get back from this opening. So I'll tell you what, in order to get it underway, take time out, and we're going to be back in just 1 moment.
What do you think? Who's going to be the big name? Or who's going to be like the returning name?
Still got plenty of excitement lined up here for you today as we get ready to go with our first match. Before we do, I want to bring in a guy right now that I'll tell you what, his name is absolutely one of those names that
Oh, yeah, for sure. The Smothers Brothers were at one of the WrestleManias.
you hear every time you start talking wrestling with anybody who's been around more than a couple of weeks, because they all remember, not fondly in some cases, I'm not going to say that charming is the word to say about him, certainly interesting and rough is the way to describe Sputnik Monroe. Let's bring him in here. Yeah.
That really is a blast from Memphis past.
I've had as many people ask about, what about the great Sputnik Monroe? What's happening with him? And we say, well, the last we heard, he's standing right here beside us, Sputnik.
Well, you know me, I've been like Coca-Cola, baby. I've been everywhere.
Everywhere.
So just pick a spot. I had a little tour and wrestled in Africa. But the main reason I'm really here, we're not cutting up jackpots about what I did do or something, but I brought somebody here that can do something, and that's Bubba the Brawler Monroe, born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. It's time you got set on your ear again.
Oh, this is your son that's going to be involved in the wrestling here
That's
today,
it.
Bubba.
245 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal, Ransom.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Wow. Didn't we just have a different guy named Bubba, and now we have a new Bubba?
That's Russell.
Okay, Sputnik, we can say this, that if he had a teacher that was any rougher than you are, I can't imagine doing it.
That's why we call him the Brawler.
Yeah. I can imagine, to say for a living fact, that there's a guy that's got an apt description. The Brawler, Bubba Monroe, and we'll be looking at him. We'll be talking with Sputnik a little bit later on. Dave, we're about ready to go with this opening bout.
In the ring right now for a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match from Memphis, Tennessee at 216 pounds over on the right.
Oh, my God, that'd be great. If somebody would, like, kick a chair out from underneath a Stevie Wonder, like a heel, The Miz.
Side of the screen, that's Jim Jameson. And going against him from Alexandria, Louisiana, 242 pounds, Bubba Monroe. One fall, 10-minute time limit. Jerry Calhoun is the referee.
Okay, the bell is off and running, and we're getting our first look at Bubba Monroe, Sputnik, going with Jim Jameson, who took that.
Do you think that if they had approached Ray Charles and been like, hey, listen, Ray, I know you got this, it's going to be wonderful, very emotional, but what if we could get Dr. D to come out, kick the chair out, pal, right from underneath of you? Like, if he agreed to do that, and then Dr. D, David Schultz, came out and kicked the chair out from underneath of Ray Charles, people would flip out about it, but as long as it was just like, as long as everyone knew what was going on, I think there's nothing wrong with that.
That arm, it took Bubba over and down right off the bat. We're going to get Sputnik to slide in here and sit down.
In fact, I think it's kind of discriminatory, the idea that Ray Charles can't participate in a wrestling angle just because he's blind. You know, that seems unfair.
Right beside us, and we'll be hearing some comments about his son and his protege. Ooh,
Play him in there, Tiger.
boy, I'll tell you one thing. Ooh, he nailed Jamison hard and then caught him with a forearm in the corner. Peels him back out of that corner and across the ring. Did he come to it naturally, Sputnik? He always wanted to be a wrestler?
Yeah.
What was his attitude about it?
He got kicked out of school a couple of times for fighting, and his mother had always been kind of against me having him work out or anything. But he had a nature like mine, and by looking at him, you can tell that he's exactly like me, and in his attitude and everything else. He's just exactly like his daddy. He's got like I told him, you may not want to start this because you got a tough trail to travel. And so...
Cover 1, 2, and Jamison kicks out at the...
That's good to hear, Dave's channel. I don't know about this guy, Bubba Monroe. I don't know. I don't know if he's got what it takes.
2 count. Tough trail to cover is right, I'll tell you that, partner.
Well, a lot of juniors have broke into wrestling business, and I think they're probably some of the most famous or infamous are the Fuller brothers and the Fields brothers, and we could go on down.
Do you think when like Sputnik returns to the matches, do you think he gets like a normal share of the rats, or do you think it's like, do you think he gets to pull like that he was grandfathered in, so he gets the same, like he gets the same cut of rats that he would have gotten back when he was a top guy? Or are they saying like, hey, listen, Sputnik, you're part-time now, you know, you're hardly ever around, we've got to give you a reduced cut of the rats? What do you think?
Down the line a long ways, but I don't think they've had the extensive training that he's had, and he was an outstanding athlete in school and lettered in 4 sports in high school, so
he comes by it naturally, to say the very least.
That's it.
Be kind of interesting. I'm sitting here thinking as you're talking about that. We've got a father-son situation, a second-generation wrestling situation right here in our championship wrestling with Jeff Jarrett, the son of
Chaz Taylor, the American Chippendale. Is that like a patriotic male stripper?
Jerry Jarrett, who has just made his debut not too many months ago and has really been very, very impressive.
I think you got I've always done my homework real well, and I think you got a Japanese fella named Tanaka. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
His father was also a wrestler.
No, listen, pal. Hey, listen, dude. You ever think about fucking watching the show that you're on right now? Because if you had seen a single fucking episode, the one thing that we know about Pat Tanaka is what? What's the one fucking thing that we know about Pat Tanaka?
You got a lot of second-generation wrestlers. The only difference about that is that I got the best.
Well, that's what we're here to see is Bubba Monroe.
Go ahead and break his arm. If he won't give up, break it.
Hey. No, we don't need to start off his debut with any kind of tactic like that. As he has,
the boy has got to be ignorant if he don't give up with that hold.
He's got his arm really.
I swear to God, the one fact they've ever said about Pat Tanaka is that to point out that he is not Japanese or Chinese, that he is Hawaiian. It's always Hawaiian Pat Tanaka. And this guy, to say that he specifically is known for doing his homework, I would get into it with Sputnik Monroe at this point. He and I'd be pretty heated.
You know what I always
up in that hammerlock.
What I always said, Lance, it takes a fine mind and a fine body and perfect coordination to be a great anything announcer, wrestler.
I don't know about Boy Tony. I'm not really sure how that would work with the rats. Like, especially in a kayfabe type era, maybe. But I think that, yeah, I think as long as you were around, like, there were always rats who even wanted to get with, like, you know, the Jim Jamesons and the Trailer and Garmins, just the job guys, because those really aren't those the guys, if you're a rat, that you want to get with, because they can get you into the show every time, as opposed to some of the other people who might only be able to do it when they come, you know, only, you know, are only around every once in a while. You hook up with Jim Jameson or former drug addict Paul Diamond, you're looking at free tickets for the duration.
Or whatever, and there it is, the 24-karat gold wrestler right there.
You think Boy Tony's gonna try to get some male groupies as well? Imagine Tojo with a rat.
Bubba the Brawler Monroe.
Dude, you know that Tojo Yamamoto got rats. 100% got tons of rats. He was a Memphis staple.
Referee telling me better break it up right now, as he was a little hard of hearing there at the first, and he comes by that naturally too. In the air, ooh.
Honestly, rats would be such a great resource because they have so many. Oh my God, my cat just grabbed my shoulder. I thought the devil was pulling me back to that portal again. Anyway, like, I forgot what I was going to say. That scared me.
What is that?
Pain, torture, and agony.
He popped him down and nailed it. 1, 2, 3. It was good enough for a pin, too. Bubba Monroe comes through with a victory in there over Jim Jameson, and we'll take a look at that PTA that Sputnik referred to.
Oh, for sure. Like, well, I think that the most famous recent case was whenever Lauren Boebert insisted that Sweet Stan Lane was her dad because her mom was like a known ring rat.
A little bit ago, as the finish, he picks him straight up in the air and drives him right down with that spine right down on that knee. And you can see Jameson from then on, it was a question of rolling it up. And
I think MJF was trying to get over as a heel with, like, kind of by referencing a lot of old school stuff. And I think he did say something about, he used one of the old wrestling catchphrases. It was like, something and banging rats, and it rhymed. I can't remember what the previous one was, but anyway, and I think that kind of like got some backlash from the AEW fan base.
Right now, the referee,
like, if it's, and again, people will just say, oh well, it's that important to this person that he said that he was banging rats on TV, that it's that offensive to them. But I don't really see the issue in it. And again, he is a heel, so like, why do you need to like the bad guy? Why do you need to have to be like, yeah, I want you to be a villain, but I want you to be a villain within, like, you know, these safety rails. The whole thing is safety rails. The whole thing is fake. It's a bunch of actors. You know what I mean? It's scripted. It's not like he might be banging rats, but I doubt it based on like recent stories about like the dwindling rat population.
trying to help Jim out of there.
You got girl wrestlers on TV today?
Well, no, but it's time for us to slide.
You know, I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to bring it up, the idea of the tag teaming of a rat, but I wonder if there's somebody out there that's just had a regular, quiet, like normal life, you know, and like raised a family and everything, and they're like, what would they be like in their 70s now, probably like 60s or 70s, but then at one time when they were like a wild youth, they got tag teamed by Jerry Jarrett and Tojo Yamamoto.
Slide over here to the interview set, because the new Mid-America Sputnik, if you'll just sit right there, we're going to slip right over here.
Oh man, the rats. Oh man, wouldn't that be cool? Who in the world would want a baby face rat? Ugh, no thanks. I want them heel rats.
And you are looking at Boy Tony, who kind of stunned the wrestling world when you got to figure it was a...
Listen to this fucking heat.
Upset. He beat Tracy Smothers and is now the Mid-America heavyweight champ. Take your glory because you're the one.
Like, just imagine all of the incredible stories out there that all these women have, like, that they'll probably never tell. Like, most of them will never, like, but there's so much wrestling lore, like, that was passed through pillow talk. I guarantee you people were spilling their guts to these rats in these, like, you know, in the comfort of their bosom at the at the travel lodge.
One that's got the belt.
That's exactly right, Lance Russell. One picture's worth 1,000 words, isn't it? Just take a look, everybody. I am the new champion. And I said I was going to beat Tracy Smothers, and I did just that. I'm going to continue to be the champion for a long, long time.
Well, we hear the comments from Boy Tony. Now, exactly how long you're going to have that belt will depend on whether you have to get by, whether you can get by Tracy Smothers. Remember, there's a return clause in that championship. So ultimately, you're going to have to meet Tracy again.
I will be ready when that time comes, Lance Russell. I will be prepared for Tracy Smothers.
Okay, Boy Tony, and we're going to have an opportunity to see him in the ring. We just will go ahead and get it and go with the second match right here in this first set. Before we let's just take a break. Let's just go to the ring. And
Like, I'm being serious. I mean, I know it's funny to think about, but I'm serious. There are probably there's an endless well of just incredible wrestling lore that nobody knows about outside of, like, specific people, and, like, there may be a few people they knew at the time. Like, just so much wrestling lore that's out there. We should put out an open call for rats to reach out to the channel.
We will be ready to go with our second match of the day. This one is going to be a one-fall, 10-minute time limit bout. And across the way, wrestling out of Memphis, Tennessee, is Mike Murphy. And his opponent in a non-title bout with one fall, 10 minutes in time, at about 235 pounds, wrestling from St. Louis, Missouri, Boy Tony, the Mid-America champion. Your referee for this affair is going to be Jerry Calhoun. I would have to agree with you. He is a little strange in his attire, Sputnik.
The last time I seen a wrestler...
Well, I mean, I think it would have had to have been at least in '86, because we've never seen him win a match. And now all of a sudden he's a champion.
With a gold purse, it was Cora Combs or somebody. It sure wasn't a guy, so I better bow out of here. I never seen anything like this.
Oh my God! Listen to him.
You know,
I hope you don't, Steven. That's the truth. Sputnik Monroe, you've got to believe we'll be seeing a lot more of him before the tour is over with. And look at Tony going after Murphy. Reached out to shake hands with him, kicked him in the midsection. Murphy fell for it, took a thumb from Tony as the referee trying to get in a position to see him. Look at the nice reversal from Mike Murphy. Boy Tony, again, the referee this time sees him, jumps in and says, watch the thumb. Big upper arm. Well, that's almost too much to take at one time. Sputnik Monroe and Boy Tony back to back.
I tell you, I think you're absolutely right. Sputnik with his son Bubba making an impressive debut here. Had no trouble getting the victory. And Boy Tony, he mentioned in an interview we had with him a week or so ago that he had a total change. The old Tony Falk, who almost never...
I hope that we get to see the Tracy Smothers promos. I have a feeling they're going to be spicy.
Won a match, had changed. And sure enough, now this guy comes back in here today, and he owns the Mid-America title.
You know, one of the things we said, though, Dave, when Tony Falk was his name and he was losing match after match, it wasn't that Falk couldn't wrestle, because he could. He just made so many dumb mental errors that he would have a match won.
Lance Russell cannot give this dude a break at all. He just can't do it. It's not that Tony Falk couldn't wrestle. It's that he's dumb.
And then he would blow it and end up getting beat.
Time after time, we saw him do that. And that's apparently changed, at least so far.
Mike
Mike Murphy trying to battle his way out from under that face lock, which I think had a little eye gouging involved.
What do you mean he's worse than Tony Falk? Yeah, Sonny was not a rat. Sonny came. It's different if you're just a, let's say you're a wrestler enjoyer. So she came in like as a girlfriend, and then one thing that people in wrestling will tell you inevitably is that if you get involved in wrestling, don't bring your significant other around the business. But yeah, Sonny was more of like a wrestler enjoyer than a ring rat.
No, I'm not sure Boy Tony would appreciate it, but I think Boy Tony has put on about 10 pounds, too, since he was here last time. Yeah. He's coming in a little heavier.
What do I think of Missy Hyatt, in what way? I think she's a legend. I mean, she got tons of great stories, fucked a ton of golden era wrestlers. Great. Her book was interesting. All the weirds. That weird, like, R-rated lewd stuff she did with Sonny and a bunch of the divas there for a while was weird. I don't really know what she does now. I haven't seen her for a while.
And the old 226 that he used to weigh.
Well, it didn't come in his hair because he's lost a little up there on top. And one of the more weird hairdos that I've seen on man or woman.
It is a little strange.
Yes. Mike Murphy back into the ropes, and Boy Tony slamming away, whip across the ropes, into the air.
Do you think that you would get canceled if you referred to Boy Tony as Tony Falk?
With a big power slam. Boy, that's something new to Boy Tony's repertoire. We haven't seen that in years gone by. 1, 2, 3, and that's it.
I mean, whatever, the gimmick is whatever, it's outlandish, but you know what? He got to win. Like, he got to win, man. He got a belt. He got a win on TV. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 43 seconds worth of it as Boy Tony takes the victory.
2 minutes plus, and Boy Tony is the victor. We've got a little...
Wasn't Missy Hyatt the one in ECW that they brought in Paul Varlins and wanted him to put over Taz, and he didn't want to do it, so she promised to blow him afterward, and then so he put over Taz, but then she refused to blow him after the fact.
A little musical look at Boy Tony. Here it is.
Hello, this is Boy Tony.
This is Boy Tony. We don't even need a different Boy Tony. These Boy Tony videos are 100% Boyd content. They're fantastic.
I want to give you a progress report on how my...
Come on, just imagine that, like, a Boyd Watch episode opens. Like, this would be right at home there.
Fan aid campaign has been going. You know, the contributions have been coming in a little slow. I've been doing the best I can with the funds that I have, passing out soap, but it's not good enough, you know. I've got to get you to send your contribution in, and with your help, we can clean up all these dirty wrestling fans in this South. Now, I guess you're wondering what Boy Tony is doing standing here in front of this show. Well, I realized that it just wasn't good enough just passing out soap, because a lot of people out there don't know how to use it. So today,
should I do a Boyd Watch episode with this clip of Boy Tony?
I'm going to tell you how to use soap, and I'm going to show you. Well, see, it's like this. When you get the soap in your hand, you have to activate the soap. So you need some water. Now, I realize some of you people...
Boy Tony gives a soap tutorial.
Don't have much running water, but creek water would do just fine. But you got to have some water to activate the soap. So what you want...
If you remember, too, Tony Falk was the one wrestler that appeared in my end of 2024 Boyd Salute picture of all my favorite Boyd YouTubers. He was included in that.
What you want to do is get some water on your skin. So you get under there and you get it wet.
I was going to say, I'm sure she's left by now, but it's funny that, like, one of my streams that Vegan Patriot comes to is this Boy Tony episode.
And you take the soap and you just rub it back and forth.
Boyd Watch, it's just like a bunch of interesting people that I find. Like, some of them are funny, some of them are just like weird or awkward, or there's just something, I don't know. I just find kind of anything that's like kind of unique or a little teeny shine of Keno, I try to put on Boyd Watch.
Now you see, this white.
Yeah, but most people say Boyd like it's a bad thing, like you're trapped in Boyd or whatever, and I don't see it that way. I think when you're in Boyd, there's such a level of like creative freedom because like it's Boyd, so you can do people kind of really go wild in this space because a lot of them aren't worried about monetization or building a brand. I mean, some of them are. Those people might feel trapped in Boyd, but I just think to me it's like a badge of honor. It's like the 80s B movie crew of YouTube.
This is lather. That's it. You lather this soap up and you just scrub it back and forth. Real good.
Yeah, literally. Like the Boyd Watch comes almost exclusively just from stuff that YouTube sends me in my algorithm. I don't go search for it because I wouldn't even know how to search for some of this stuff. Like I wouldn't even know how to phrase it. Now I will click on something and it might lead me to the next one, to another one, and then find that way. But I feel like pretty much everything on Boyd Watch is organic except for like if someone's recommended somebody.
And after you get it lathered up real good, you just take it, stick it back under the water, and see how clean and nice that is. Now you do all the parts of your body.
This is so outrageous.
I mean, all of them. Just lather it up real good like that. Get under them arms. Just lather it up. Scrub it up real nice. And then take it.
I'm going to do a Boyd Watch episode of just this clip. I mean, this is, if I saw this in my algorithm and he was just a random vlogger, I'd have to feature it. I feel like we need Boy Tony as like immortalized in Boyd Watch.
Get that water on it. And see how that is? You can be as clean as Boy Tony. Just be sure to lather that soap up.
Now, I know some people may not agree with me on this, but I think I'm glad that we didn't get a shot of Boy Tony scrubbing his ass like Haley Starr did. I mean, if we would have gotten that kind of a Boy Tony video, that might have been pushing it for Memphis TV at the time. Oh, yeah, it's not like the promo is not like I said, that was like a recurring kind of heel gimmick of trying to educate and pull these poor wrestling fans out of poverty. I just think it's bizarre because of him and like the vibe of it. And it's like, why is there like a 3.5 to 4 minute scene of him lathering himself up on Memphis TV?
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum for the first time. It'll be giveaway night, and look at the prizes you can
Who took Lance Russell's glasses? What's going on here?
win.
It's Championship Wrestling Giveaway Night, Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum. You'll see great wrestling action with the return of Jerry the King Lawler, plus free prizes for the fans, including 30 quartz digital watches, dolls for the kids.
Why would you buy these watches from wherever this place is when you could just go to old, honest, trustworthy Uncle Smelmer and buy a couple watches?
A portable TV, air rifle, AM, FM radio, cassette player, dual cassette recorder, radio headset stereo. All this plus outstanding wrestling action at no increase in prices. Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum.
Yeah, Kaufman just kind of like held the stuff up and did some motions and stuff. Did he actually do one where he was like in a shower, like actually bathing? I think Boy Tony might have taken it, tried to mask the difference in like promo ability by going with nudity.
Great prize night Wednesday night in the Evansville Coliseum, plus an outstanding card with 6 matches, including a 6-man tag match. It'll have Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto against Jarrett and Wildfire Tommy Rich, with a losing team to be...
Where are Lance Russell's glasses? What's going on here?
Strapped to the top rope and gets 10 lashes.
That's right, Lance. The loser's going to be strapped to that rope, and this is our kind of match. Tojo, you know we can beat...
Who got their bare ass spanked, I wonder, the week before?
All the fans know we can beat you. I can't wait to get to Evansville because I'm going to strap Tojo.
I bet Jerry Jarrett lost on purpose.
He's going to be bleeding, Lance.
Get there early. You may get one of those prizes, too, because there's some dandies to be given away. AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship match. Here's the man back and ready to go against Dirty Rhodes.
Let me just say this. Dirty Rhodes, I know you're out there. I know you hear what I'm saying. You've had 2 weeks. That's how long I've been suspended for the little bottle incident. Well, you got yourself a 2-week grace period, brother. And during those 2 weeks, I've been sitting, and I've been thinking, and I've been seething. And I've had all that anger built up inside of me, brother, because nobody's going to do what you tried to do to me and get away with it. If you think me busting that bottle over your head was something, I promise you, Wednesday night, that was just the start of what's in store for you.
Explosion coming up Wednesday night, the Evansville Coliseum. You got to be out there and see it. And while you're at it, take a look at the great watches and all of that you may be coming away from the championship wrestling on Wednesday night. This is one night you must be there. Bring in the new international heavyweight champion. Pardon me. Let's bring in Big Bubba. He went to battle. This big 407-pounder holds the new international belt. And
right here, Lance Russell. You see this right here? This is what it's all about, the international belt. Lance Russell, I told you, I told all these people last week on this TV here that the next time they see me, it'd be with the gold in my hands. The rightful owner of the international.
I feel like I'm experiencing kind of a Fred Ottman. What would you call it? A renaissance, a Fred Ottman renaissance, a Fred Ottman sans. Though that tag team match he was in on the vault the other day, like, kind of made me be like, hey, wait a minute, was this guy better than I remembered? And then seeing like that match last time was really solid for a squash match, and now this promo's, I mean, it's better than just yelling like a tugboat sound.
The international belt right here. Well, let me tell you something. I don't care who it is. I'll take on the roughest, the toughest competition that you all have to offer. I don't back down for anybody. I don't plan to be a closet champion. I'm going to have this belt for a long time.
Closet champion.
It's going to take a big man to take it away from a big man. And names don't mean anybody. That could be anybody that...
I don't think he's on par with like the best promo guys in other territories. But here in Memphis, compared to some of the people, I think he's at least above average for Memphis on the promo. Like there's something there with this guy. Like you didn't get that vibe from they bring some people in and put them over strong, and it's just like it's a complete dud, like that Mr. Universe or whatever.
Wants this belt. Just come on down.
Yeah, exactly, like a solid mid-card guy. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I tell you what, you won't have to go looking for competition. They'll be after that belt. You can bet 'em.
I'm ready for him, Lance Russell. And a matter of fact, the pleasure's been all yours because there's some more meat that I have to take care of.
Well, how do you think history would be different? Do you think it would be, what if Earthquake and this guy, what if John Tennant and Fred Ottman were given the demolition gimmick? Can you picture them coming out with like that gimmick? I wonder if someone's ever made that as a custom wrestler.
Got a handicap match lined up for Big Bubba today, Dave, and let's go to the ring as we see this giant of a man head up there.
It just depends. Like, I feel like when he was with Hogan, he would try to like be kind of match Hogan's energy and go over the top, and it just didn't click right. But that tugboat was such a shit gimmick, though.
And a handicap bout today.
2 against 1. It's going to be in the handicap match. The Bryant brothers stepping up to ringside right now. Randy and Robert. They weigh in at a total of 474 out of Bartlett, Tennessee. Big Bubba, 6'7", 407 out of Miami, Florida. Current holder of the international belt. Referee Jerry Calhoun, a signal for the bell, and we are underway. The Bryants. Well, I tell you what, I do not envy the task that these guys have.
I guess that's kind of something you'd have to weigh as a performer. Although during the territory era days, like not too long before this, you had so many opportunities of places to work, but like I'm sure he made more money obviously going to WWF, but like kind of lost in the shuffle and not used very well. whereas you make less money, but if you stayed like as an attraction, then like you could, you would be over and like be part of better storylines, but not make any money.
This is not the tag.
See, that's what I was wondering last night. I was like, would the natural disasters as demolition be like the most badass thing ever, or would it be like super? Would it feel awkward moving it over to that type of wrestler?
Format either. Bubba said, yeah, put them both in. Fine with me. They both went down at the same time.
He hasn't been on TV, but they've definitely been talking about Tommy Rich. He's in like the house show matches, I think, or the arena matches.
Look at the power of Big Bubba. Randy and Robert. Looking for an opening. Trying for a double leg dive. That didn't work either. Look at that. About a half knee lift, and Randy Bryant went flying halfway across the ring. Bubba grabs Robert now. He's into the rope. Ducks under. Big Bubba has him up in the air. Slams him.
I just want to point out that this is a handicap match, and one of the brothers decided he's just going to go outside and hang out for a while.
Wow.
He's completely
The
checked
knee
out.
was there when Bryant got to it.
We've talked about like running into a brick building. Well, there. Oh, look at this. That's all. He didn't even try. He dropped down on him with both legs across, and that is 407 pounds.
Okay, so 407 pounds. So Wings of Redemption is like 20 to 30 pounds bigger than this guy. How much? I don't know how much of a difference 20 to 30 pounds makes on a person, but I'm still trying to get a visualization of Wings as a wrestler.
Count of 1, 2, 3.
Had to be it. Minute 53 seconds to time. A minute 53, and Big Bubba once again incredibly impressive in a handicap match.
Man, I guess so. Hey, I tell you what we better do, too. Maybe we better...
They've never done it like that, though. Brown wallpaper. Plain brown wrapper. They always just let them do whatever they want to do. Like, that's the first time I've ever seen, at least in '86, like a handicap match where it wasn't like a Texas Tornado rules.
Check that ring. Did you hear that sound on
Top
the rope?
yeah, snapped. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it sounded like one of them went in there.
He did, he got way
So
up.
right now, we're going to take a look at a young fella. We get a kick out of looking at him every time we see him in that wrestling ring. We're talking about Jeff Jarrett. Here's a little musical salute with Jeff.
Isn't it an interesting contrast what they saw at the arena shows and the house shows? Like, if you could only go by what we've seen on Memphis TV, like, Jeff Jarrett is the most boring wrestler. Like, he must really light up on the non-televised matches.
Coliseum Wednesday night, giveaway night. You got to take a look at this.
It's Championship Wrestling Giveaway Night, Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum. You'll see.
Listen, just run a pre-roll because Lance Russell can't find his glasses.
Great wrestling action with the return of Jerry the King Lawler, plus free prizes for the fans, including 30 quartz digital watches, dolls for the kids, a portable...
You know those were from Uncle Smelmer. You know they're not giving away real watches. That's bullshit.
TV, air rifle, AM, FM radio, cassette player, dual cassette recorder, radio headset stereo. All this plus outstanding wrestling action at no increase in prices. Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum.
Wednesday night, you may be a big winner. By golly, you're going to win all the way with a card that's going to be there. 6 outstanding matches, including an AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship match with Jerry Lawler and Dirty Rhodes. A 6-man strapping match with Wildfire, Tommy Rich, Jeff, and Jerry Jarrett against Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto. Much, much more.
Just getting tired of that.
I had to get some more weed and get another drink.
With a 6-man tag team match. Introduce it.
I'll tell you what, involved with the Jarrett family. Anybody that involved with the Jarrett family, I tell you what, I'm going to kill. I'm going to do a temple to Petanaka. I don't need TV today. Watch my work.
We're going to get the chair for you, and you can just sit right down in here.
Yeah, the threat by Tojo. He's saying since Pat Tanaka has been a partner with Jeff Jarrett and involved with the Jarrett family, he's going...
Are we getting any juice this match? I mean, it certainly could be possible.
Went after him today, so watch yourself, Pat. Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, and the Ninja with Tojo Yamamoto in their corner.
I mean, it's like this heated, blood feud, and yet the stipulation for the arena match before this one was loser gets their bare bottom spanked.
And across the way, it's Tracy Smothers, Pat Tanaka, and David Haskins. That is Akio Sato against Tracy Smothers. Smothers with a nice move against Sato, feeling pretty good about it. Crowd liked it too. Tojo over here in the corner, agitating the crowd, and Lance and me and everybody else.
I'll tell you what, you got to watch your eye, because this son of a gun, man, he'll nail you with that stick before you know it. Pat Tanaka hops in the ring with Akio Sato.
Tojo said they're keying on Tanaka in this one. Sato really going after him with the right hand.
Look at
here! Tojo's team, not the only ones that know something about the martial arts out of the Far East. Look at Tanaka. First Sato, now Goto. And that headbutt by Goto, devastating. He follows it up with a chop. Smart move by Tanaka. Pat makes the tag, and here comes David Haskins. Haskins against Goto. Goto again using the head.
Okay, so this is not our expiration of time.
Haskins again knocked to the mat. Tag by Goto on the Ninja. And under the mask, out of the Far East, picks up David Haskins. He's a big dude. Yeah, he is very tall. Here's Akio Sato back in. He started the match for his team. This time Haskin gets it down in a small package. Count of 1 is all he can get. Good move by Haskin. Boy,
he's getting better and better.
He is. Every time we've seen him recently, he
hard times, baby.
has really looked fine. Seen some good moves. He's reaching for the corner now. Tarzan Goto determined to keep him out of there, and he did keep him away from the tag. Haskins out near the center of the ring. Tarzan Goto jumping up and down on him. Haskins battling back with right hand. The headbutt again by Tarzan Goto puts him to the mat. Haskins staggered with a chop. The Ninja back in. Oh, what a kick. Side kick by the Ninja. Haskins in desperate need of a tag in the corner, but he's a quarter of the ring away from it right now.
He took it down. What do you mean?
Now he's half a ring away as they take him back over to their corner as the tag is made and Akio Sato takes over the action.
Man, this crowd. For Tracy Smothers. Smothers starts into the ring after Sato. The referee sends him back out. Tojo poking at him with that stick. You see Tojo right there with a jacket and hat on, ever present during these matches at ringside. As if Sato and Goto weren't enough, you throw in Tojo, and then you throw in the Ninja. What a day's work you got.
You know, we know. There's the tag. Here comes Ninja.
What? Oh, no. Wow. That's pretty wild. I heard a story one time at, I can't remember what event it was at, but it was like I think it was an IWA show, and they did like a question and answer session, and somebody asked for like a rib story or a road story, and Madman Pondo said that I think it was at one of the clown shows that some guy brought his girlfriend in and asked him if he wanted to, he wanted to share his girlfriend with Madman Pondo. And so Pondo, hooked up with her, and then I guess he asked if he could share her with some of the other wrestlers, and the guy was okay with it. And so he went in, Mean Mitch Page, I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he was supposedly asleep on like one of the tour buses, and they had like the little the ones with that have the curtains that close. And Pondo said that the girl started blowing him, and then Pondo stuck his own head through the curtain, or stuck his own head through the curtain, and then had like some big hairy arm rubbing on him. It was really bizarre. It was a really weird story.
Sato and Goto and it.
If you want to try to find it, the main event of the show, I think, was Mickey Knuckles against Jimmy Jacobs for whatever the equivalent of their title was.
Everybody's in the ring. All 6 of them at it right now. Tracy Smothers over with Goto, and there goes David Haskins down on the floor.
He was thrown over the top rope. That's disqualification, but the referee did not see it.
I saw that. This trashy Tojo just laced David Haskins with that kendo stick. Down goes Pat Tanaka. Tojo trying to reach out where he can get him with it. Pokes at him right in the midsection with the end of that stick. Oh, boy, I tell you, you got something coming, Yamamoto.
I think I actually, if I'm remembering the right one, Claudio Castagnoli was up on the Q&A panel, and I think I fed someone I was with at the time that was in my group a question and asked him if he was really like a Swiss championship wrestler, why wasn't his belt made of chocolate? And he didn't appreciate it.
Climbs up into the ring with that stick. That's going to do it, Dave. That'll have to be a disqualification. That doesn't do Pat Tanaka any good as the Ninja now has that kendo stick. Tracy tied up in the ropes over there. David has.
Tanaka ducked, and the Ninja hit Tojo in the head with a kendo stick, and now Tanaka's got it.
Pat Tanaka ducked out of the way. The Ninja nailed Tojo instead.
Which would I? Okay, so basically, I either have to participate and just get in the hot tub with him and that's it, or give money to Kenny Bolin. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to hook up with Cornette and his wife, I don't think. So I'd probably have to give Kenny Bolin the money. But if I just had to sit in there, I could do that.
Tanaka gets the kendo stick, and he's after him. Yamamoto chugging his little fat frame along.
Wow.
And Tanaka beating a tattoo. Gracie's mother's got a lick in. Sato and Goto were smart enough to get out of there.
Yes, indeed. Tracy Smothers had the chair and Tanaka the kendo stick. 5:09 the time on it. Disqualification for the Japanese team. Tracy Smothers, Pat Tanaka, David Haskins get the victory.
Boy, I'll tell you, I hate to cheer on somebody using a stick or a chair like that.
Do you think that Dave Brown accidentally switched their cups and Lance Russell is in fact drinking the alcohol? Dave Brown seems very together, like, and composed, oddly composed. We've got like 20 minutes left in the show and he still seems pretty in it, but then Lance Russell just seems completely out of it.
But brother, if anybody deserves it, it's Yamamoto, Sato, Goto, and the Ninja too. Situation where Paul Diamond was a victim of these guys, put a chair up in the ring, came off and broke the man's knee. We had some follow-up words we wanted to hear from Paul, and listen to this.
You know, I've been sitting in this room for what it seems like years now, and it's only been a week. I just can't take this anymore, and I have decided to go back home, back to Canada, and I guess see my family.
Oh, here we go, another Paul Diamond. Now look, at least they made him cover up for this one. They probably got letters down at the station.
It's been a year and a half since I have seen my family, and I had made big plans to go see them, to have big celebrations, big parties, see all my friends, tell them how well I'm doing, how good everything's going, and instead, I gotta go home on crutches with this darn cast on my leg, and I gotta look my father and my mother right in the eye and say, these 3 Japanese geeks busted my leg, and here I am, and I need your help. I need some help to be fed because right now I don't have any money coming in. I need to
cut it, just cut it. This is brutal to watch. Oh my God.
Survive. I know all the times before you've helped me, but this is one of the toughest ones because, as I said, I want to go home happy and show them how well I'm doing, and instead, here I am on crutches. Tojo, and especially
victim of crutches.
Sato and Goto, I want you to think about that. Think about it real carefully.
Yes, Paul needs some rats. Free hotel rooms, buy him a few dinners, take care of him. Just turn his attitude around.
Because I'm going to have 8, maybe 10 weeks to think about it.
Whoa, last time it was 6 weeks, so it should be 5 weeks. Now wow, what's going on with Paul Diamond?
Pain that I'm going to feel going home and looking in my parents' eyes and telling them I'm a loser. Let me tell you something.
If I was the heel in the territory, I would say that this was all a big fraud and that cast is fake. And the reason that he was going to be gone 6 weeks and now he's going to be gone 10 weeks is because he's actually in a treatment program, and he's being so uncooperative that they've had to extend the stay an additional up to 4 weeks.
Something. The longer that it takes, the madder I'm going to get. And when I get in that ring with you, Sato and Goto, you will have enough time to have thought about it too. What it feels like to go home to your country and say, I'm a loser because Paul Diamond took care of me. I'll tell you, brother, I'm going to do anything and everything that I can. And every day...
Oh, yeah, I'm not addressing Paul Diamond as a human being, just as a character. I'm just healing on Paul Diamond.
I'm going to think about you, and when the time comes, just think about what I said. You one day are going to have to go home, back to Japan, and look at your parents and say, I lost.
Sunday Bay, Ontario, Canada falls home, and he will get his chance. Pat Tanaka,
I tell you what, Paul Diamond, he's got 6 weeks. Okay, so...
Oh, what a sweep that his bone was shattered. It wasn't healing right, and they had to re-break it. Come off of that. No way.
You got it in 6 weeks coming, but I got a match signed right now with the Ninja. And I'll tell you what, you're going to get it. I'm going to take every ounce that he has, and I'm going to beat him with it.
I don't blame you one bit, Pat.
I'm going to take every ounce he's got, and then I'm going to beat him with this stick.
For what they do at any moment, expecting to get poked by Yamamoto. I'm sorry, just a disgrace to your people, Tojo. That's all I got to say. We'll take a break, and we're going to be back in a moment. Excitement Incorporated coming in right now. Rick McCord, John Paul.
Do you think that it kind of ties into a little bit of what Ben and Grace have been talking about lately, which is the idea that they leaned into a gimmick, right, in order to try to get over and kind of leapfrog, get a big, jump right out of the gate. And it worked to an extent, but like that kind of like has stuck with them as they've tried to transition into other gimmicks. Like that particular gimmick keeps following them. Do you think the fact that they kept bringing up over and over and over again that he was a drug addict, do you think that's kind of limiting? Like, is Paul Diamond's booking history keeping him down here in Memphis?
Oh, and boy, do they have a day's work lined up for them. As they've got Rhodes and Bass with Larry Wright. Your magnetic personality, That's Dirty Rhodes talking. Well, let's go with the official.
You know what gives me a hangover is that CBN, it's really good as like a sedative if you need help sleeping, but man, I get like a nasty hangover the next day.
Introduction, Dave. All right, it'll be one fall, 10-minute time limit. Introducing at a total weight of 444 pounds out of Salem, Virginia, Rick McCord. And out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, John Paul. Together they are Excitement Incorporated.
Is this expiration of time?
Going against them out of Austin, Texas, and Arkansas, Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass. In their corner, it's Larry Wright. Bass and Rhodes weigh in at 602 pounds. Starting out, Don Bass against John.
You know what, though? That can't be universally true. Because look at Dirty Rhodes, okay? Right out of the gate, he's got an obvious shit gimmick. But, like, he made it work. He got it over. Then he just became fire and became whatever, the flame or fire, whichever one he was. He did that for a while, and then one week he was just like, hey, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm doing this now. And then people just went with him. Do you think that's just how much of that is what a performer puts out there or how they handle it, and how much of it is just the audience is, never going to relent? You know what I mean?
John Paul.
Paul, the larger of the two Excitement Incorporated wrestlers, McCord, Salem, Virginia, as Dave.
Because, remember they made one of the Moondogs, right, was the original other part of Demolition with Axe. Like, they sent out, I think it was Randy Colley, they sent him out as Demolition, which was would have been an amazing gig to get, but they said that too many people recognized his face, or that knew who he was, or whatever, and so literally he got booted out of the role because people knew him from I guess they felt like he was over associated with that previous gimmick or whatever. But he would have been good in the part, as good as Barry Darsow. I don't know about that.
Said Minneapolis, the home of John Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Like you really, even at the time, you never heard people being like, "Oh, it's Razor Ramon and Diesel." Like that wasn't like that. Like it was just okay. it's Scott Hall and Kevin Nash now. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't really feel like they weren't held back in any way by those previous gimmicks. If anything, well, yeah, definitely not held back.
Don Bass out of Arkansas. Big as he is, it takes a good part of that state for him to live in.
Yeah.
Over 300 pounds.
John Paul said a couple of weeks ago when they came in there, we were talking, he said he was delighted to be down here, the home of tag team wrestling. He's going to be even more delighted in about another month or month and a half when that weather turns.
I'd be definitely open to doing Smoky Mountain if we can get away with it. I feel like we probably can, but there's the possibility. I just don't know how strict WWE is with those.
Turns off in its usual style up in Minneapolis, baby.
You're right. Yeah, he's coming from one of the snow capitals of the world up there.
Dirty Rhodes, John Paul.
Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass, they've had some bad press over their style of wrestling. They have a flagrant disregard for the rules on many, many occasions. But they are big, they are tough, and they can wrestle if they want to.
That's true. A couple of mean dudes, particularly that Dirty Rhodes. Boy. You know, it bothers me that they've always got somebody hanging around in the corner. If it's a tag team, they got...
I think a Smoky Mountain watch-along would be... I feel like with we have a pretty decent number of regulars who are like really into the old wrestling, who like the really outrageous aspects of old school wrestling, and I think Smoky Mountain like embodies that. So absolutely. I mean, I don't know, maybe at the end of, probably not today, but at the end of some stream sometime we should watch just like the first episode at the end of a stream and just see what happens.
Larry Wright, the former Torch, in the corner. If it's a single, you'll find if Rhodes is in there, Bass is hanging around. Somebody's always hanging around their corner, meaning no good.
Absolutely. Rick McCord in there now. He's on the mat. Don Bass hanging on.
I was smoking Dirty Squirt, but I ran out. So then I started smoking Cushion Cream, but then I kind of was not feeling it. So now I'm just smoking like a General Hybrid distillate infused shake that's like got raspberry terpenes in it to make it taste good.
Onto the left arm, he leads. Dirty Rhodes comes in. They didn't bother to tag.
Hey, got him over.
Sure, yeah, good move. You got to be careful with that though. You can break your own arm.
You got 300 pounds on the other end of it.
That's right.
Good straight right hand that Dirty Rhodes threw, but boy, McCord was long gone by the time it got to him.
Dirty Rhodes out of the corner. Look out, Don Bass.
Did this guy shave his mustache? The guy from Excitement Incorporated?
Holding McCord up. He moves out of the way just in time. And Dirty Rhodes.
Who's the manufacturer on what? Oh, of this? It's just like Simply Herb. I think it's like it's a budget brand.
Runs into Don Bass, his partner. Bass knocked down off the ring apron.
I got it on clearance, so it was already a little bit, not exactly fresh. But I've been smoking on it for a while. It's pretty dry.
Doesn't appear to be seriously shaken up. He's back up there now.
Any Starfire Rose? I mean, I don't have any of her monoatomic gold, so I can't smoke it.
McCord makes the tag on John Paul. Rhodes gets the tag on Don Bass, holds John Paul up while Don Bass let him have it with a right hand. Into the turnbuckles. John Paul really being worked on here by Don Bass.
Big knee lift, Don Bass. Going after John Paul.
3.5 minutes gone in the match. Tag made by Don Bass now. at least one advantage.
Yeah, it's like a super like budget brand, but like they have really good strain selection, like blackberry. They almost always are growing Gorilla Glue.
Hey, there's a tag by John Paul. Rick McCord coming in. He's going against both Don Bass and Dirty Rhodes.
Well, we got them all four. I hope maybe the fifth one stays out of there.
McCord slamming Don Bass down to the mat. He's up on the middle rope. Look out, Larry Wright from outside trips him up. McCord hits the mat. Don Bass turns him over, covers. Count is 1, 2. It's going to be it. 3.
Well, there it is, the situation.
The third man in the corner is the one who causes the problem for Rick McCord.
Dirty Rhodes has got the chair in his hand. He is over here threatening John Paul with a chair. So the referee has got, you can see him, is over there. Look at Larry Wright. Grabbed him right by the ankle, picked him off the rope.
Referee has just reversed the...
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, radical. Yeah, it's something like that. Some kind of weird hip name like that.
Decision. He gave it to John Paul, and Rick McCord due to outside interference.
One of those rare occasions where the referee consulted with the people or somebody, found out about Torch Larry Wright being involved, and there's Dirty Rhodes ripping him with that chain right across his knuckles while Larry Wright holds him, and McCord being bounced around hard while John...
Are they going to make the male strippers get color?
Paul has his head slammed into a turnbuckle by Don Bass. Referee trying to pull the muscle apart. Here comes some guys. Good. Rick McCord bleeding. Profusely. Rhodes has got that chain in his hand that he used to bust Rick McCord open with. So the winners officially are Excitement Incorporated, Dan.
Well, it is like I said, I didn't get it super fresh, but I definitely didn't like it was only like a few months, so I didn't like I'm not worried about potency or whatever, but it's strong, but then what I like about it is there's like some of the distillate will just like kind of like group together a little bit, or like it's like a wetter part of the, you know, the shake or whatever, but you get like these little like concentrated, like almost little like weed balls, and if you just smoke one of those straight up, it's like such a fucking rocket. But I wonder if those are the only, maybe that's the only parts the distillate really got into or something. Like how there's like Doritos that have like a bunch of extra seasoning, but you don't get like or at least you don't normally get a bunch of them in a bag.
Hey, friend, that is KYB, baby, kicking your booty.
Yeah, and you had to use a chain to do it. You end up losing the match to boot. Excitement Incorporated, the winners, John Paul and Rick McCord. And what was the time, Dave?
4 minutes, 7 seconds.
4 minutes, 7 seconds, the official time in that match. We're going to take time out. We're going to be back with more action coming up with the Memphis Vice scheduled to go against Jerry Lawler and William the Freezer Thompson. They need to get Rick back out of here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Wait, who's William the Freezer Thompson?
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum, son of a gun, I have said it. Giveaway night for the first time in history, and you'll want to be a part of it, particularly when you see the prizes that are going to be in store for you. Take a look.
It's Championship Wrestling Giveaway Night, Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum. You'll see great wrestling action with the return of Jerry the King Lawler, plus free prizes for the fans, including 30 quartz digital watches, dolls for the kids, a portable TV, air rifle, AM, FM radio, cassette player, dual cassette recorder, radio headset stereo, All this plus outstanding wrestling action at no increase in prices. Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum.
That's what I was wondering. Is it like a knockoff of the William the Refrigerator Perry?
The great giveaway night, Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum, plus an AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship match that'll have Jerry Lawler going against Dirty Rose.
Let me tell you something, Lance Russell. When that Jerry Lawler got that Tommy Rich, brother, we told you we was going to kill him and send him out of town, and that's what happened. And these people saw here just a week or so ago, brother, I put both these size 14s on that big old crown that belongs to that king, and he's no longer a king. Now, right there at Evansville Wednesday night, Jerry Lawler, I'm going to take that Southern belt from you, brother, and then you can just get out of town because that's what you love most of all, and I'm going to take it.
Well, we'll be finding that one out. Easier said sometimes than doing. Hey, how about the final match up there that's going to be a six-man tag match with Yamamoto, Sato, and Goto going against Jarrett, and Wildfire Tommy Rich. And the losing team gets tied up to the top rope and 10 legs.
We're not the losing team. Tommy Rich, you join the Jarrett, the loser team, the coward, rotten dog team. We're going to beat you, my two Imperial boys. You're not going to lose. We're going to tie you 2-3 up, and we're going to each going to get 10 laps. 10, 20, 30 laps. You understand?
Yeah, we hear what you're saying. It's going to be a whale of a night of action out there Wednesday night. One of those nights you must be there. Another name from the past that's be coming back.
Tojo just comes out hot every single time.
Dennis Hall. Here's an interview. I haven't had a chance to see it yet either, so let's take a listen to it.
Hey, Lance, old buddy, good to talk to you again. Haven't talked to you in a number of years. I guess I better introduce myself. Folks out there might not recognize me or even remember me. My name's Dennis Hall. I wrestled in this area several years ago, quite prominent in the area. Last few years, been on the West Coast, doing quite well out there. They got some great talent out there, nothing like Tennessee or the Midwest here. Took a little time off, seen 2 or 3 movies out there. You might have saw it down at the theater. They showed it downtown here. I was in Las Vegas, wrestling in Las Vegas, and at this point, I've got some good and I got some bad news. Now, the bad news is I'm no longer available. Now, the good news is I'd like for you folks to meet a little lady I met in Las Vegas, Miss Dolly Parker. Ain't she something? Look at this here. Ain't she something?
Yeah, now this is talent. I mean, right out of the gate, you know, this is it, man. What a talent. Some people just have it. You just see them and you're like, yep, they got it.
Now, I know you're saying, how did they meet? How did they get together? Well, I guess I better tell you. I'd like to tell you.
Din, let me tell these people how we got together. I went to a wrestling match in Las Vegas after working one night, and I seen Din up there, and I knew when I saw him that he was the man for me.
You know what, though? The Ric Flair thing... I wanted a Ric Flair strain, not like just random strains that, like, you know, with his logo on them or whatever. You know what I mean? I thought it was going to be like actual, like, you know, uniquely cultivated strains for his brand.
I like to tell you folks, you probably don't know that this little lady, about the talent she's got. Do you think Dolly Parton can sing? You ought to see this little lady here. This little lady sings. She sings, dances, acts, been in a couple movies. Probably
Mafia milkers.
We've seen them downtown here.
And I didn't mind giving up my career to be behind Din.
Din.
That's right, folks. And she'll stick with beside me or behind me or wherever she needs to be stuck to be with me at any given time. Now, I just like to say this here. I realize you've got the top talent in the country here.
She looked at him like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
And that's why we're here. And that's why she says, hey, we're going to Nashville, Din. We're going to Nashville because that's where it's at. That's where it's happening out there. But her career, I said, honey, you can't give up that good career out here in Las Vegas.
But Din knows I didn't mind giving up my career to be with him. It's me and Din all the way to the top.
And I know you folks you just can't wait to see us and meet us and see us in person. I'll tell you what, we're going to be appearing in this area.
I thought King TL might pop in.
And we're looking forward to meeting all you folks, so y'all come out and see him. Miss Dolly, hey, give me a little kiss, Miss Dolly. Oh, that's what gets me going. That's where I get my drive, folks. And we'll see you out there.
Coming up right.
That guy wouldn't know what to do with a woman like Dolly Parker. He would be overwhelmed by that tier of pussy. Get out of town, bro. Din Din.
Now, tag team action. Tracy Smothers stepping into the ring.
Sit down, Din Din.
With William the Freezer Thompson. And going again.
It is William the Freezer fucking Thompson. What a time to be. What a time to be alive to watch it 40 years later.
The Memphis Vice. All right. Memphis Vice, 100% tough, it says on Jerry Bryant's shirt. Mr. Everything, it says on the back of the tights of Lou Winston.
Always look forward to seeing the Memphis Vice, if for nothing else, just to read their walking billboards. They always got plenty of messages. Jerry has on the back of his tights, cool breeze. Bell time, and we're ready to go. The Freezer starting out against Big Lou.
Freezer is huge. The only word to describe him. Lou Winston.
Big Lou goes about 250, but he's dwarfed by...
Sorry, Mr. Everything, and what cracked me up was Cool Breeze on the back of the white guy.
The Freezer, isn't he?
He sure is. Boy, the Freezer weighs in way up around that 300 range. Look out, Jerry Bryant jumps in there, and Freezer just sends him flying. Tracy Smothers steps in. A little celebration between Tracy and Mr. Thompson. Jerry Bryant and Lou Winston, boy, they're complete.
You know what? I get it. He even kind of resembles him, honestly, in the face.
To the referee, did you see what he did? He had to be pulling tights and pulling hair and anything else illegal I can think of.
Like if he was just walking past in like a jersey or whatever, like I think you could easily convince somebody that was him.
Have to complain about. That's what Bryant was saying.
Or anything that I can think of to complain about. He does run that mouth.
Well, he does.
Top wrist lock. Jerry Bryant run back in the corner, and the Freezer just tossed him out of there. Tracy Smothers filling in for the King. He did confirm that he was stuck in Minneapolis on his way back from Hawaii and unable to be here in time for the match. So Tracy steps back in here. Big Lou and William Thompson meeting. Mr. Everything puts a tag on Cool Breeze.
Cool Breeze Jerry Bryant. He's going with a standing wrist lock, and that's not a very wise choice of holds for his situation with a man taller and heavier than he is. That'll make it work.
I figured he'd do something.
Yeah, yank his hair. That'll do it. Jerry Bryant.
About a minute to go in the expiration of time, and we're going to have to call it quits in this match between the Memphis Vice and William Thompson, Tracy Smothers. Bryant hanging on to the arm bar of Thompson down on the deck. As it stands now, it doesn't look like we'll have a decision out of this one, Dave, as the time is running out.
Get down there very close. Bryant has...
You know who would really like that is ATM Media. They would really like that Cool Breeze on the asshole.
The Freezer on the mat, but he's not in any position to go for a cover at this point.
No, you're right. I don't think there's any way you could get him in out of it. He'll aggravate him, though. You can bet on that.
Memphis Vice makes a tag. Lou Winston, boot to the midsection. Big right hand puts him down.
30 seconds to go in our expiration of time.
The Freezer makes another shot for Lou Winston.
Our time.
What do you mean? October 25th, 1986. I think I got time for one more. CWA Championship Wrestling as seen in Evansville, Indiana.
To be back again. Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown right along the ringside, ready to go with what I think is going to be an outstanding program today. David?
Oh, I think you're right. Opening up today, Pat Tanaka in a single match. A little bit later on, it'll be the return. First time in many, many moons. Dennis Hall is going to be here. He will have Dolly Parker with him. That'll be in a single match. Tracy Smothers will be going against the Ninja. Should be a very interesting match.
That must have been an episode. They had Randy Hales directing. Man, I'm excited to see Dolly Parker again.
Match there.
Right there.
Jeff Jarrett goes against Big Larry Wright. We'll have an 8-man tag team match with the Japanese team teamed up with Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass going against the Bryant brothers and their partners, and then the expiration of time match of the day.
Oh, gee, I wonder who's going to win the match between like the top heels in the company and then a loser jobber tag team that are teaming up with people that don't even warrant a mention during the early show rundown.
Okay. On one side of the ring, it's going to be Big Bubba and Bubba Monroe, and on the other side of the ring, it will be Excitement Incorporated, Rick McCord and John.
Wow,
right there. Hey,
that's kind of interesting. The Bubbas are going to team together against the male strippers. Okay.
Listen, in addition to that, we will be talking about a historic rule that will have an exception made, and we'll have more about that a little later in the program. We're going to take time out now. Be back and see Pat Tanaka in just a moment. Keith Eric waits in the ring. He will be the opponent of Pat Tanaka in our opening match. Here comes the young Hawaiian. David.
There you go, young Hawaiian.
15-minute time limit match coming up right here. Keith Eric out of Memphis, Tennessee at 206 pounds. Pat Tanaka from Hawaii at 210 pounds. Referee Jerry Calhoun has called for the bell to sound. There it goes, and here we go. Warm-up jacket. Ooh. Pat Tanaka trying to take it off, and Keith Eric jumps him from behind. He does have the warm-up jacket off, but Keith Eric nailed him back on the ropes. Eric fired him across the ring. Tanaka steps over. Back kick. And Keith Eric hits the mat.
What?
Eric in one.
Tanaka the Poon Magnet.
One of those situations, I guess, where he figured you got to go for him quick. Look at Tanaka. Rolls him down. Shoulders are down. Counts at 2 and 3. Got it.
Well, you are going to get the rats if you're winning like that.
Boy, he is so smooth, and he will get you with some of those surprise moves. And Keith Eric thought he was going to have an advantage by jumping him before he got the jacket off. Not so.
No, Tanaka turned the tables on him, put him down quickly, and in 29 seconds.
Are we really only 4 months away from that?
Pat Tanaka has the count of 3.
Boy, he snatched him up and put him down and got the 1, 2, 3 on him. We've had a lot of folks that have asked us about. We've had a couple of interviews from Paul Diamond, who, of course, had his leg, his knee, and all broken right here on television by the classy team of the...
He said Tanaka weighed 210 pounds? What?
Japanese who used a chair and so forth. I think most of you know that. Paul has gone back to Canada, as you know, Dave, to recuperate, and he's going to be out of action for quite a while. We did get a telephone report from Paul and thought we would share it with you. Here's Paul Diamond.
Here I sit in my room looking out the window and the beautiful, beautiful scenery, and it doesn't faze me one bit because all my brain has been programmed on the last 3 weeks is those 3 Japanese geeks, Tojo, Sato, and Goto, on that one event that took place on Memphis television. You know, I'm proud to have Jeff and Jerry Jarrett and Pat as my good friends. And any time, well, regardless who it is, if it's 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, 4-on-1, especially when it comes to my friends, I'm going to go out and help. That's what I felt I had to do when Sato and Goto and Tojo and Memphis Vice and whoever it was taking advantage of my friends. Out I went trying to help them, and I wound up with a broken leg Now, I understand fighting and battle and winning matches.
I mean, that's really not that far away then. I mean, we usually watch at least 2 episodes, but sometimes 3 episodes every time we do it, which is at least once a week, but lately twice a week. So, I mean, like, if we did that twice a week, we'd be there in, like, no time.
Matches is one thing, but when you intentionally try and hurt somebody, that's another. Sato and Goto, Tojo, especially you should know that, because now for weeks I have no money coming in, no way to support myself. So let me tell you something. You just think about it real carefully, the feeling of the leg snapping and the pain you have caused me. Because once I'm back, you're all going to get a double in return.
Well, I tell you, it's painful to even look at that footage over again. Standing by a guy who just came up with a great win. I liked it. The guy jumped you before it ever got started.
He does. Goto's pretty stiff. I mean, it looks really solid. I think he's a great all-around worker. Like I said, I had only seen him in kind of like, you know, I don't want to say garbage matches, but you know what I mean, like hardcore matches where we weren't really seeing much of him as like a wrestler.
Thinking he's going to get the advantage, you turn the tails on him and really put it on time.
Yeah, I tell you, it seems like every time I step in the ring, they jump me from behind, like last week Ninja did.
Yeah.
And, and he gave me a really good beating. And then when I got back up to my feet, he just went on back. He just took a run. Yeah. Just like a coward. But I tell you what, I just signed him.
Do you think it would be rude if someone were to chant USA at Pat Tanaka?
Match with him, a lumberjack match.
Since in theory it would be cheering him because he's an American, but you could take offense to it if you were of that mindset that you thought the person was assuming that he was Japanese.
So that simply means he can't run no more.
That's right. There's going to be guys around the ring so that if he jumps out of it, somebody will throw him right back in there.
That's right. So, Ninja, you'd be looking for me because you won't run this time.
It'll keep him right there in the ring. And I got to tell you, it's interesting to see 2 exponents of the martial arts go at it. I love Pat's style. He is so smooth and such an expert and really moves.
There's that suit that ATF Media said he shit himself in last week.
Around. Young fella has got a great career ahead of him, and it's an
Lance Russell's dry cleaning provided by Jerry Lawler's Dry Cleaners.
Opportunity with the Ninja. There will be guys around when they meet to throw him back in the ring. So, Pat Tanaka with a excellent future coming up. What is that I hear?
Here we go, Elga. Oh, yeah. Finally, some class, some art, some sophistication has entered this episode of Memphis Wrestling. Oh, went over to Dave Brown.
Pretty young lady.
Did you hear Dave Brown? You're a pretty young lady.
Hi,
oh my God, look at this
I'm delighted to have you here on Championship Wrestling. Good to have you right here. Dennis, it has been a long...
He looks like he's a lion tamer or something.
Long time, my friend. You were last here very successfully with, I think most people who remember Dennis Hall and Ken Lucas. I know you've been out on the West Coast, and you're back in the area.
Yeah, Lance, it's good to be back in good old Tennessee and the Midwest back here. Got lucky in Las Vegas, and you talk about...
Yeah, she's not as well endowed as Dolly Parton, but we don't want to size shame. They are ample mafia milkers.
Miss Dolly Parton was my jackpot I hit when I was in Las Vegas. Told her about Nashville. She said, let's go to Nashville. I think I've got plans for you, Mr. Hall. And I said, okay, Dolly, let's go to Nashville. We've been down to Music Row and the Grand Ole Opry, and boy, she just enthused me in Nashville. And it's good to be back, Lance. Looking forward to meeting.
Do you think this guy would do it? He looks like he's dressed like the monkey in Aladdin.
Some of this competition you got out here, and you got some of the toughest in the country, and that's why we're here, Lance. That's why we're here.
It's still here. It's up.
Right.
Well, we're delighted to have you and Miss Dolly, and I hope she likes Nashville in the area. Okay, Dennis Hall, and we'll be seeing Dennis in action right now. Dennis...
I'd take a pass on all the rats for a crack at Dolly Parker, I think.
Boy, I'll tell you, he can go. Outstanding athlete. Dave, we're ready for the introduction.
All right, we're ready with a one-fall 15-minute time limit match here. David Haskins out of Memphis, Tennessee at 235 pounds, climbing in the ring, and at about 227 from Las Vegas, Nevada now, with Dolly Parker over in his corner.
Wait a second, I don't understand. He said that the bad news is he's not available. So what the fuck's he doing here then?
Dennis Hall, and boy, I tell you what, you mentioned Dennis and Ken Lucas, his former partner several years ago. Boy, what a team they were. I remember some of the
Man, look at this broad. She's getting right up there.
moves from...
I wish I could hear it.
Yeah,
I
what
don't
is
know,
going
Dolly.
on up there?
Dolly, whoa!
South to West and Joe Shabatoni would not approve of this lady.
That's not a way to make friends, Dolly. Dennis trips off the vest as David Haskins was ready to kind of smack Miss Dolly right there. She was I don't know what she was saying to him. She was poking him.
Well, she hit him first.
Oh my! Look at these
The
tights
crowd
now.
thing. How about that? Looking at the attire that Dennis is wearing, a little.
Did you hear the crowd pop on the tights reveal? That was crazy.
Colorful legs with the wrestling attire.
Colorful
We're about
legs.
ready for it. Miss Dolly comes out of the ring.
You wouldn't want to work with Dolly Parker?
Bell time, and here we go. Dennis Hall hooks the leg and pushes David Haskins back down. Haskins with a little weight advantage here over Dennis, and into the ropes. Coming off with that shoulder over the top goes David, and again a leapfrog. Oh, a nice drop kick. A second one from Haskins. And Dennis out on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. I'm not trying to shit on him or anything, but this totally feels like somebody was like, hey, listen, man, I fell ass backwards into this, hot chick, and she likes wrestling. I'll let her be on your show if she can manage me. That's what this feels like to me.
Floor. He is staggered and stunned. And Dolly is over there saying, get back in there and beat him up. Don't let him do that to you.
I'm sure Dennis had not seen David Haskins. We've commented in the last few weeks at how much David Haskins has improved over the months. Oh, he got his head rammed into the turnbuckle there. Dennis Hall apparently decided he's going to use that kind of tactic against Haskins.
Hooked his head, slammed him.
Hold on, he was also known as Avenger 1, Magnificent Max, Taurus, Mystery Man #1, and Dennis Dolly. Okay. So he was like a journeyman kind of wrestler.
Into the top turnbuckle, snaps him over and down as he pops down on David Haskins.
Hey, Rich, how's it going?
Dennis' trademark was always he is some kind of fine wrestler. And David Haskins deciding to dish out a little of that rough stuff himself. Haskins charges in. Dennis looked like he went into his tights, Dave. 1, 2, 3. And Dennis Hall
Definitely had something hit him up the side of the head with it.
sure did. That's not the Dennis Hall we remember. But he's been out on the West Coast and gone a long time. And David Haskins
She should put the boots to him. What do you think? Kick him a couple times?
was the victim of the action
All
of
around
Dennis
job.
Hall. The winner, Dennis Hall.
Minute 31.
1:31. We'll take time out now if he dies.
Oh, man. That makes me nervous seeing her, jump down in those high heels. Jeez. He was a jobber, but was his relationship with Dolly Parker a shoot or just a storyline?
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum coming back. Brother, you had so much fun. We had so much fun giving things away. We're going to do it again this Wednesday. Take a look.
We got even more fake watches from Uncle Smelmer.
Giveaway night at Championship Wrestling. Look at these great prizes. A fun ball, dolls for the girls, and Sammy skates. Watches, a nativity scene, headset radios, this portable air compressor, 2 bug zappers.
Oh, we're giving away 2 bug. What the fuck is this? What's going on with these giveaways?
Tools for the men, cookware sets for the women. All these great prizes on giveaway night at Championship Wrestling.
What?
Yowza, your chance to win Wednesday night, plus great action, I can assure you, paid off by a sensational handicap hospital.
Listen, Lance, I was thinking about my match, but then I realized I could win one of those bug zappers.
Elimination match that's going to have Sato, Goto, Yamamoto, and Dirty Rhodes against Jeff and Jerry Lawler.
That's right, and I'm sure everybody's sitting out there thinking, wait a minute, that's 4 against 3.
That's right.
These guys are in a lot of trouble. That's what they're thinking, right? Well, wait a minute.
Well, how do you think Savvy Man? I think Savvy Man would view him as a successful guy then if he got a woman like Dolly Parker to marry him. I mean, I think he'd get the Savvy Man seal of approval.
Before you go thinking that, let me set something straight. You see, we might be in trouble if this match could be ended by being pinned, because then you're at a big disadvantage when there's 4 against 3. But there's no pin in this match, Lance. If you get pinned, the match just continues. That doesn't matter. And you can't get disqualified, and the match can't be stopped. There's no time limit. The only way this match ends, the only way you can
Jeff Jarrett dressed like Frozone.
be eliminated is if somebody gets their head or their eyes or nose or mouth busted wide open and the blood's flowing down their face. Now, in this match, when it's these 3 men right here against any 4, I don't care who it is, I don't look at us as being at a disadvantage, brother, because you're going to see the old king in action. You're going to see change.
It feels like somebody's importing a bunch of junk from like what are the name, like there's Finger Hut, but I think there's a place that's like even lower than Finger Hut that like a lot of teachers order their stuff from, and it's like just bulk kind of junk, but it's like stuff you expect junk, you know what I mean?
You're going to see nuts, you're going to see everything, brother. Anything it takes to bust the heads of those stinking Japs and you, Dirty Rhodes, because I've had it up to here with you, and I'm not taking it anymore. The blood, Lance, is going to flow like wine in Evansville, and it's not going to be ours, it's going to be theirs. Am I right, brother?
That's right, Jerry.
I guarantee you Wednesday.
Well, why didn't they let Rod Stewart in the back speak? Yeah, Oriental Trading, like that. That's the stuff, kind of thing. It reminds me of, like, oh yeah, it's a car battery charger, but it's only like, $9.99. Okay, like the original Temu.
Yeah, does that one turn you on? Boy, I'll tell you, that is something else. Beautiful. Hey, we right now are at that time of the program that I wish we never got to, as a matter of fact. It's not one of my favorite times. We did, in fact, agree to run it, but Boy Tony, who has decided to have his one-man sanitation department, comes up with some health tips.
Oh, man, imagine the feud, the one-man gang versus the one-man sanitation department.
Every now and then, and so it is that time. Boy Tony's health tip. Let's take a look.
Hello, this is Boy Tony, and I'm here to report that my Fan Aid campaign has picked up. The contributions has come in. I'm real pleased. I want to thank all you people, and I want you to continue to send your money in to help me clean up all these dirty wrestling fans in this area. Now, as you remember, last week I taught all you people how to use soap. Now, I want to follow through and teach you what to do after you get out of the shower. Now, what you need is some of this. This is deodorant. You can buy this at your drugstore. It comes in sprays, sticks, and I like this right here. It's a roller. You can just take it, and you just take it out like this right here, and you just lift up your arms. Now, this will help you get rid of those dirty stains on your shirts, on your clothes. You use this, and you won't have them stains. So just lift up your arm and just rub a little bit on under there, and do this other one. And that will make you smell nice. And
these segments are so wacky. They're just I could see something like this coming up, like someone actually making these videos.
Eliminate those stains. Now, after that,
this was very ahead of its time.
You need some perfume. You need to smell nice. Now, I use this Joy. This is my favorite. But there's other kinds, like this is Paris, and this is White Shoulders. This is a good kind. And this here, this is Aramie, and this here is opium.
Oh, my God.
That's opium. Now, some people use this here kind, but I never use this kind. This is polio. It's $35 a bottle, but I never use it.
Randy, I'm depending on how you feel about this character, saddened or thrilled to tell you that this is Boy Tony, the artist formerly known as Tony Falk.
My favorite right here.
Who won a match last week.
Joey, and you just squirt it on a little bit here and there, and you will smell just as beautiful as my flower garden. Now, this is Boy Tony, and I would like to encourage you to join me next week for another hygiene tip of the week right here.
Well, the highlight of my week, when we get the health tips from Boy Tony. Coming out right now, young man we're delighted to have, former Mid-America champion Tracy Smothers. And Tracy, I got to say that you're going to be involved.
Okay, so I think somebody said that he's going to feud with Tracy Smothers. I'm interested to see if Smothers cuts a promo on him.
Involved in a historic match. Traditionally, for as long as I have known wrestling, for as long as modern day wrestling has been around, titles cannot change hand on a disqualification, but there is going to be an experiment that will be taking place. It's kind of like the experimenting with using video.
Eddie this whole scenario stinks of Eddie Marlin. It's an experiment. We're not breaking the rules to favor the wrestlers that we like. We're experimenting with the rules. Come on, bro.
Replays in football and things like that. They try things out, and tell us a little of the background on how this came about.
Well, Lance, I did go to Eddie Marlin. But first, what about this tips? This Boy Tony's coming out here saying, Boy Tony, if anyone needs to brush their teeth or learn how to take a shower or learn how to use deodorant, it's you, brother, because you are the grubbiest human being I have ever seen in my life. But first, I do want to talk about that, Lance. I did go to Eddie Marlin, and he told me that I would have to go to a higher authority. So I went to the AWA, and I told him my situation. I told him what's happening. And I told him, hey, the champion, he can get himself disqualified at any time. He's got it made. I can never get the belt back like that. And they told me, they agreed to it. The title can change hands on a DQ.
Of course,
if I beat him.
Wow, what a shocker. Eddie Marlin is willing to bend every fucking rule to help his buddies out, but he's never there to actually enforce the rules when he's needed. What a sellout.
I can hit him with a chair, I can hit him with a purse, anything, it does not matter, but it can change hands on a DQ, brother. It seems like every time I've got you going and I've got you beat, you find some way to get yourself DQ'd.
Purposely, no question about
Exactly right. Let me tell you something, brother. If you can beat me man to man, then you are the better man, but I don't even think you're a man. You know what I'm saying? You're not even a man. I don't know what you are, and I don't care, but brother, I'm coming after you.
That's almost the identical promo that Ben cut on Glenn Lawrence, remember, when he told him he wasn't a man?
Situation here is that you still have to win the match, which you're not complaining about that, because I think a lot of people feel like you've just said, Tracy, you can beat the son of a gun, but when you have somebody who abuses the rule, it's like a lot of other rules that we have in our society. Here's a guy who is deliberately abusing the rule,
boy, here come
and I
the
think it's
politics
very interesting that they're going to have a test match. They're going to have several of these matches. I understood you from what you told me that they said about it. They'll have several of these test matches where the title can change hands on a disqualification, right?
That's exactly right. He did say, it was a trial run. This is a historic rule. It's something, that people have never seen before. Boy, Tony, what goes around comes around, and brother, you're going down.
Okay, good luck to you, Trace. You're going in the ring. It really,
You're going down, Boy Tony. Ooh, Tracy Smothers against the Ninja. Nice.
In fact, it's just is another championship wrestling match. But in this case, the champion cannot abuse the rule of not changing hands on a disqualification. This is going to be a tough one right here. Let's forget about the championship and look at this one, Dave.
Oh, what is going on over here? Somebody from outside just flipped Tracy Smothers out of the ring.
Sputnik?
What happened?
Oh, my
back
God.
over here.
I don't know. Look someone that
Who is that, Larry
hair,
Sharp?
but look, it's blonde hair. I don't know if they have on a wig. I didn't see exactly what happened over there.
Oh, my God.
Ooh, a pile driver.
Is that,
Tony
who is
Falk.
that? OPC Don?
Sure, look at the hair.
You're right, it's
That's
Boy
Falk.
Tony. Oh, come on. Here comes Tanaka, the ninja out there, too.
I thought it was OPC Don for a second.
Smothers. Another ninja.
Oh, my God.
Policy. He's got everyone, the whole promotion on his side. They forced me into a special match, but I'm not worried about it. Look at Tracy's me. I'm smarter than he is. I'm smarter than Eddie Murder. I'm smarter than anybody else around me. I'm the champion. I'm a steady champion.
Who the hell is this guy? This looks like the lawyer from that Geraldo episode.
They're going to have to beat me.
Yeah, that's smart when you come out and jump a guy when he's not even expecting. He's got another match lined up and pile drive Tracy Smothers. That was Boy Tony who was in that side look.
That was Boy Tony? What?
Tanaka
working on the ninja. The ninja was to beat Tracy Smothers' opponent.
It's something about, I would have never recognized. Maybe my brain is still processing the Boy Tony gimmick. I thought it was an Amish guy.
In this match, here comes Jeff Jarrett after that match. And the ninja out of the ring. Headed back now for the dressing room area. Pat Tanaka, Jeff Jarrett, David Haskins, Rick McCord, all out there working on Tracy. Tracy's holding his neck.
I am 3.5 hours into my wake and bake, though, so you'll have to give me a little bit of grace, no pun intended.
They pile drive him right over there on that concrete floor, and Tracy was jumped by Boy Tony in disguise. I didn't see that part of it, and maybe we'll get
a
chance to see that a little later.
Well, why are people surprised I didn't recognize him if he was wearing a disguise? Jeez.
Well, it never stops. Boy Tony doing anything he can to make life miserable for the former Mid-America champion. We're going to take time out. We will be back in just a moment.
2 pile drivers on the concrete just seems crazy to me.
Hey now, Thursday, November the 6th, Vincennes, Indiana, Championship Wrestling coming to Rivet High School. Thursday, November the 13th, Owensboro, Kentucky at the Davies County High School. Hey, Wednesday night, Evansville, let me remind you of the giveaway.
It's giveaway night at Championship Wrestling. Look at these great prizes. A fun ball, dolls for the girls, and Sammy skates. Watches, a nativity scene, headset radios, this portable air compressor, 2 bug zappers, tools for the men, cookware sets for the women. All these great prizes on giveaway night at Championship Wrestling.
I don't understand that. Like, I don't get why they're giving away all this, like, cheap junk.
Plus 5 great matches. Big Bubba goes against John Paul in an international match. The Hillbilly and Haskins against the Animals. Tanaka and the Ninja in a lumberjack match. Boy Tony and Smothers in a Mid-America title match. And then Lawler, Jarrett, and Jarrett against Sato, Goto, Tojo, and Dirty Rhodes in a handicap match.
Damn, Lance. He's like the Micro Machines guy.
Don't start believing that your rock and roll days are gone.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. A Jerry Jarrett glaze reel at this point?
Nothing lasts forever but old folks and a natural storm.
What if I'm sure there's somewhere out there, it's either on YouTube or I'm sure somebody uploaded it somewhere. I know there were like DVD compilations back in the day of the Legion of Doom, like wrestling overseas, I think predominantly in Japan. I wish I could, I'll have to look on YouTube. That'd be something fun to watch. Like, I don't think anybody would push copyright on that stuff. Oh, shit. Macho.
Five of the outstanding wrestlers in the country that was interesting to take a look at. And here's one of them live and in action.
You're right, Jeff Jarrett. Boy, he slipped out of the side headlock and put Big Larry Wright down to the mat. Larry Wright, formerly Torch of Fire, Flame, and Torch. After the mask came off, he was revealed to be Larry Wright. He is big, 301 pounds. Big weight advantage over Jeff Jarrett. But look at Jeff. Athletic ability is what he's got to rely on. And so far, he has looked mighty good. We are about a half minute officially into the match. Larry Wright back up on his feet. Jeff Jarrett saying, come on, help me out. Gonna need your help today.
Take that, Jeff.
Crowd on Larry Wright a little bit. They're on him a lot, as a matter of fact. Back into the turnbuckles. Larry Wright forces Jeff Jarrett. Reversal by Jeff puts Big Larry Wright into the turnbuckles across the way. And he dumped him over his back as he came off of there. Oh, body slam. Tough to do when you weigh 190 and you're trying to pick a guy up that weighs 301, but Jeff Jarrett did it. Larry Wright. He used the right fist a couple of times there. Comes with the upper arm. Now the forearm. Jeff Jarrett, nice move. He just dropped his legs out from under him. The step over toe hold by Jeff Jarrett.
This would be my finishing hold if I was a wrestler. I'd use the step over toe hold.
Jarrett has Wright on the mat. And, well, I thought maybe it would keep him there for a while, but Wright wisely grabbed the rope, pulled himself under the ropes, and that called for the break.
Yeah, that was rough for a body slam. I mean, I don't know if he sandbagged him or what happened there.
Jeff Jarrett, Larry Wright, both back on their feet.
Come on, Big Larry.
Look at Jeff. Wrap that left arm up. Larry Wright pulling back the right fist, but the referee's right there. Hair pulling. And the referee caught him, and he makes him break the hold. Top wrist lock by Jeff Jarrett. Jeff making good use of several holds here in this match. But it's hard to combat a guy who's pulling your hair every time you get a good hold.
Do you think you could get over, like, Dean Malenko was the man of 1,000 holds? What if you were the man of several holds?
Set up. 2.5 minutes gone. Jeff Jarrett wraps up that left arm. Right. Off the rope. Runs into the upper arm. Jeff Jarrett with a cut.
I think Jeff Jarrett could have had the talent to make it no matter what, but I don't think he had the talent to have had that run at the top of TNA if he hadn't had so much pull. You know what I mean? Like, as a successful wrestler, for sure, like an Intercontinental title or maybe even like a short world title, but like as a world beater, like he wanted to be booked as, like, no way. That a lot of that was just like politics.
Cover one. Count of one is all he can get. Right. Able to break the cover at that point. Jeff again goes for the left arm, puts a half twist on it, and then bars it. Great strategy by Jeff Jarrett. If you can keep Larry Wright trying to figure a way to get out of a hole, and boy, that's a way to get out of it, but it's tough on the eyes. But if you can keep him trying to figure a way to get out of a hole, then he can't do all of those horrible things to you.
And what's funny is he could be booked as a world beater right now in AEW. Like, he's so much bigger than a lot of those guys. They could, and I don't know, maybe they are, but I don't think so. Every time I see a story about it, he's been laid out by somebody. But like, he's so big, he could be running roughshod over squashing these guys.
There's a cover by Larry Wright. One. Count of about 1.5. Jeff able to break out of it. Boy, this right is huge. Headbutt. That staggers Jeff. Right round behind him. Looked like a forearm, but actually I think he hit him with a fist.
Nice job, ATF Media, too, earlier, of like having the one thing Vegan Patriot's going to remember about being in my chat is that there was somebody in there that kept talking about farting.
Jeff Jarrett battling his way back. Go, Jeff, go, the crowd says. And Jeff looking good. Hey, drop kick puts the big guy down to the mat. 4 minutes, 20 seconds gone. Jeff Jarrett in the air, body slammed by Larry Wright. Wright drops down, lower leg and the knee right over the forehead. Look out, Wright up on the middle rope. Oh, as he jumps down, Jeff Jarrett moves out of the way. Wright fired into the rope. Jeff got him with a good upper arm coming off of there, backs him into the ropes again. Jeff sets up with a drop kick, and he got him. He puts it down, counts it 1, 2. He got it.
Thank God.
4 minutes, 57 seconds, and a masterful match by Jeff Jarrett. He did lots of things right in that one, and he beat.
He did a lot of things wrong in that one, Dave Brown.
Larry Wright, 4:57 again the time.
Boy, I'll tell you, Dave, it is still hard for me to believe that young fella has had no more professional ring time than he has had.
Just a very few months. That's right. Looked good.
Absolutely looked good in there. Just a pure athlete, and that's...
Again, like kind of an example of the whole, like, you know, back then versus now thing is that they're saying that he's only wrestled for these few months, which is true, but he's wrestling 7 days a week. which is like how many independent wrestlers get the opportunity to do that? Even if you were like independently wealthy and you could travel, afford to travel and not worry about making money, like, could you even work anywhere consistently 7 days a week? Like, that just seems kind of unlikely. So like 4 months, if you're working every day, is quite a bit of experience, especially in front of these kind of crowds and working with, some of the like best minds about booking and psychology and, crowd work.
Of what it takes. We still got plenty of action to go. We've got an 8-man tag match coming up, and then, well, we've got Tracy Smothers out here. How's that neck, Trace? Boy, let's get down here if we can, please.
Where the hell is Lance? What's going on with Lance Russell? He's disoriented. He's confused.
Pile drive you right on that concrete floor twice when you weren't looking. Took you when you weren't. That'll tell you what kind of guy you're dealing with.
Yeah, Lance. Tony Falk, you didn't just try to beat me. You tried to cripple me. Let me tell you something, brother. You're no champion. You're not a champion at all. All you are is a nothing happening Boy George reject. That's all you are. No, my neck is sore right now, and it's stiff, and it's going to get stiffer, but I don't care. I'm going to keep a cool head, and I'm going to get my belt back. And when I get my belt back, I'm going to try to cripple you. I'm going to cripple you. If I die trying, I'm coming after you.
Okay, Tracy, you better get some rest with that. We'll take time out now, and we'll be back in just a moment.
They're like, hey, whenever you come up with the highlight for this commercial, can you show Larry Wright missing an elbow drop?
Furniture here in Evansville, and as you can see, we're...
You know what? That would actually be, in my opinion, be a really effective angle at the time that would make sense, but would absolutely be, I think, over-interpreted in the modern times. Like if he had come out and said, like, listen, I know who you are. You're Tony Falk. You're a fraud. You're not boy Tony. You didn't die at a concert. You're just Tony Falk, the loser that, could never win a match. Like, that makes sense to me in the Memphis world that he would say that, not because of any kind of identity or whatever, of just being like, hey, why are you hiding, bro? We all know, you know what I mean? But I think it would be over-interpreted nowadays, and it would be like a really controversial like angle.
Stacked to the ceiling with furniture. Here's some of the bargains we got for you. How about these all-wood dinette sets starting as low as only $149? These beautiful recliners are normally $199. We've got them now for only $97. And this 10-piece pit group, normally $12.99, is now only $6.99. Got these complete all-wood bunk bed sets starting as low as only $149. That's at Lawler's Discount Furniture Store, 1500 North Garvin, right here in Evansville.
Furniture Store.
All of a sudden the ring fills up, and brother, look at this. Yamamoto down beating on the edge of the ring on Jerry Garman. We've got an 8-man match with Sato.
Memphis rings were the worst, like, in regard to, like, how dirty they were or whatever. Well, I just think people would try to broadly interpret it instead of just saying Tracy Smothers is, there's no, he's not trans. He's not being portrayed as trans. He's been portrayed as like androgynous. I mean, it's not like, I just think it would be applied widely instead of just applying it like to how does this promo fit into the storytelling of this particular feud, instead of like applying it to everything. Does that make sense, or am I sweeping here?
Goto, Bass, and Rhodes going against the Bryant brothers, and their partners are Garman and Traylor.
Yeah, that's Benny Traylor in there right now, out on the ring apron. Jerry Garman, Randy Bryant, and his brother Robert Bryant in the ring. Coming in the ring right now. Tarzan Goto replacing Don Bass. Boy, this one started just in a wild free-for-all. Finally, everybody went back to their respective corners. Goto making the tag. Akio Sato coming in. Benny Traylor picked up in the air and body slammed by the Japanese wrestler out of Tokyo. Traylor pulled back over into the corner of the Japanese team, and Don Bass and Dirty Rhodes over to the corner. The tag made. Jerry Garman comes in. Dirty Rhodes grabs him. Meanwhile, Tojo went around the ring. Benny Traylor was out on the floor.
Also, like the rings were hard. No padding, just thin carpet on the plywood. Yikes.
And Tojo smacked him across the back of the head.
I'm trying to remember what the composition of the IWA Mid-South ring. I saw it put together a bunch of times, but I can't. I remember there were like heavy blankets, and then there was like some actual like some kind of like foam, and then there was like a couple more like big heavy blankets. I feel like it was that was a pretty jank ring, especially the ropes. Like anytime people ran the ropes, it was just like. And then I remember one time Brandon Tomaselli was gonna do like a moonsault. Like he was on the outside of the ring on the second rope, and he was gonna like flip backwards like out toward the crowd into somebody, and instead like the ropes just snapped and he just like fell down.
With that kendo stick.
Garman driven into the elbow, the point of it, of Dirty Rhodes, and Goto takes over again. They are brutalizing him, and now Garman trying to make his way back.
He gets the tag, and that's Robert Bryant coming in. Robert and his brother, Randy, out of Bartlett, Tennessee. Oh, Robert taking a beating here as Goto drops down on the top of it.
He was able to get Goto off, but...
It's like if you see a character in a movie say something like that's offensive, like it's part of the movie. I feel like I feel the same way. Maybe there's a disconnect between like how I view pro wrestling versus like how other people do that. Like when I watch this or when I watch a stream or whatever, like I'm pretty much just watching it like I would watch a movie, you know, I'm just watching what unfolds and whatever. I don't really categorize them all that differently. They're just like entertainment. So I know that you can make arguments about the streams because those are typically people being themselves, or at least portraying a version of themselves. But I don't know, to me, I just think if you say something that's offensive in wrestling, like you don't assign it to the company, you assign it to like the heel, or at least have context of like the storyline or whatever.
I don't know whether that was a good idea or not. One more count and it would have saved a lot of misery in there. There comes Randy in the ring, Randy Bryant, and Dirty Rhodes takes over. Look at him go after this guy. Good night.
Well, the total weight we didn't mention, it's about a 200-pound weight advantage for the team of Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, and the Japanese over the Bryant brothers, Garman and Traylor. It runs about 890 on that side to almost 1,100 across the way.
Randy Bryant.
I remember Cornette talking about the differences in the ropes for sure.
And just absolutely being overwhelmed by Dirty Rhodes. He's got a hammerlock on him now, driving the arm up, slams him hard, starts kicking him. Man, I'll tell you, this is where were it within our providence to do it, we would ring the bell and say, enough is enough. They are just killing these kids. But then that would take away some of the distinguishing features of professional wrestling, where guys, when they get into it, they know they better be able to stay in there when the going gets tough, or they're not going to last very long. The Bryants are finding that out right now. That's Randy being worked over by Akio Sato.
Well, they're all really working on that upper left arm and shoulder. Bryant holding on to it. Can't do much to defend himself. They got him up in the air now. Dirty Rhodes, wow.
Stuck him him on the shoulder like a side of beef.
I think somebody in the chat one time said something, had a really funny troll comment like that they thought it was offensive because Dirty Rhodes was doing a Samoan drop.
And then took him over in a suplex fashion, slammed him down hard, and now he's trying to break his arm off. Boy, I wish the referee would start considering ringing that bell. Just entirely too much. Look at Goto. He's the one that's got a head like concrete anyhow.
Mid-South did, though, have some, like, amazing storytelling, too, which I think the reason that even though they're kind of very different promotions, I'm really super into each of them is because there is that, like, element to it.
Goto vicious.
And it's, like, consistent storylines, too, that, like, I don't know how to explain it. Well, I mean, we're watching it, so you guys are seeing it, too, but just, like, storylines that bleed, into each other, and then someone is gone for a couple weeks, but then they're like everything just seems really fluid with the storytelling, except during certain like transitionary periods maybe that seem a little bit kind of weird.
Viciously assaulting Randy Bryant. Tag on Don Bass. Oh, they're all getting in on this slaughter.
Boy, they sure are, and Randy slowly starting toward his corner. Not easy to find in a situation like that when you've been beaten up like this kid has.
Is that right?
And they get right in between him and the corner and say, you're not going any further. And that's exactly what happened as Don Bass cut him off. Right in the middle of the ring. Now here comes Sato back in.
And I was trying to think of like after that really big boil over moment where like that show that had like those huge brawls on it. I was trying to think if like this has kind of been like a cool down period, and I feel like we've still seen a lot of new people coming in, but I don't really remember a lot of them being like as big a names as were coming in there for a while.
Randy Bryant been in there a long time. We're at 5 minutes 20 seconds.
Like Big Bubba or whoever, Fred Ottman is a big name to me now because of his career, but like at the time I don't think he was like a very much of a known entity.
Good. Eddie Marlin comes in and says that's good.
Yeah.
There's no use letting him break that boy's shoulder. Boy, do I back that up 100%. Eddie Marlin comes in.
Of course, here's Eddie Marlin.
Throws in the towel. It's just, good, nice. Yamamoto swinging that kendo stick. Man, I wish somebody would take that thing and wrap it around his neck. They got Randy Bryant still in the ring, and they're kicking and beating on him. Robert was trying to pull him out of there.
Now they're still working on that shoulder.
I just remember back to when I first even found out that this guy existed, Dirty Rhodes, thinking that like, oh man, this is probably just I honestly was like, okay, they just named it a jobber Dirty Rhodes because I didn't know anything about him. And then I was like, okay, he's over here. He's going to win. And then he cut that wild country western promo and then disappeared. That's when he did the fire and the flame thing. But I kind of wrote him off in the beginning, and now he's like easily, I think, one of the most over heels in the territory, if not like the main heel.
Now they got him out of the ring. Denny Traylor and Robert Bryant and Eddie Marlin helping him out of here. Thank goodness. Well, that's it. Promoter stopped that one by throwing in the towel. The time on it was 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
I don't want to make any more comments about it. There's your winners. We'll take time out. We'll be back in a moment.
Wednesday night, you're talking about big action, 5 great matches, plus a giant giveaway.
It's giveaway night at Championship Wrestling. Look at these great prizes. A fun ball, dolls for the girls, and Sammy skates. Watches, a nativity scene, headset radios, this portable air compressor, 2 bug zappers.
So there's 1 air compressor, 1 nativity scene, and 2 bug zappers.
Tools for the men. Cookware sets for the women. All these.
Man, I'd like to be in a crew with him and Joe LeDuc and maybe a couple other old boys like that, and going to like have one of those big Old West brawls in the saloon where like people are throwing chairs and somebody's like swinging from the overhead like chandelier thing to like throw bottles down on people, and people are being like dragged down the bar. I feel like that crew would fit in well in that kind of environment.
These great prizes on giveaway night at Championship Wrestling.
All of that giveaway, brother, plus 5 matches will be headlined by a handicapped hospital elimination match. Now, I understand you had something to say about this.
Something to say, I guess, brother. There's an old cliche Lance Russell says, if you're stupid, you don't open your mouth and remove all doubt. But, brother, I'm going to tell you something.
All right, see you later, Dave's channel.
Jeff Jarrett, and Jerry Lawler, you signed, brother, to show the world you were stupid. JoJo, you told me them people retarded. Now I know for a fact. Can you imagine 3 of them against 4 people like me, Tojo, and his Imperial men? Brother, you're going to get hurt. That's plain and simple. And outside that, it's a match. If we beat you 1, 2, 3, that don't stop it. You understand that? If we throw you over the top rope and break your arm, that don't stop it. That is, of course, unless your arm is the bone is protruding through and there's blood coming out. Because the rules state that you have to have blood coming from one part of your body, be it your arm, your leg, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, or whatever. And Tojo's told me that if we just pop them right upside that head and make that ear bleed, they walk around retarded too, you know, like a real guy. Wow. Baby, look at there. Tell him Tojo person about Jerry Jarrett, what kind of chicken he is, one-eyed, low-down skunk.
Well, Jerry Jarrett, I tell you what, he's a no-good, coward, yellow dog. He hides behind his son. The son hides behind his daddy, and now the daddy and the son try to hide behind the Queen Lawler.
That's right. Well, we're going to be seeing
behind the Queen Lawler.
Don't forget, all the team has to be stopped before it's over with.
Wow.
Okay, we're going to be ready to go with our final bout here in just a moment. That one, we're going to have a couple of Bubbas teaming together, going against Rick McCord and John Paul. And speaking of Bubbas, the biggest I know, Big Bubba, the international heavyweight champ, 407 pounds of him.
That's right, Lance Russell, the international champ, Big Bubba. Bubba's the name. Big's what you see right here. Let me tell you something. I have some questions that need answering here, Lance Russell. I want to know something. What does it take to get a main event match in this area? Every night I wrestle first, second match, and I stand in the corner over here. I never say a word. I look out there and I see a bunch of shrimpy.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say this could go one of 2 ways. He could be like, hey, listen, Lance, I'm out there busting my ass for these fans, and I'm just looking to get a break. I just want a shot. That's it. Nobody owes me anything, but I think I've earned a shot, right, and keep a good guy. Or he's going to shit on everybody and go heel, and it sounds like that's what he's going to do.
Snotty-nosed punks. Wrestling main event. People like Tracy Smothers, Pat Tanaka, Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Jarrett, and King Jerry Lawler. I look all over every town I go to. Jerry Lawler, Jerry Lawler. Well, let me explain something to you guys out there. Every time I get into the ring every night now, from now on, I'm going to be eating me a shrimp dinner. I want all those people to watch out there, especially you, King Jerry Lawler, because when I'm finished with you, brother, when I finish humiliating you in front of your friends and beating on your body, they're going to be changing that marquee up there to Queen Jerry Lawler, because I'm going to be in that ring taking care of business like it should be done.
I'm not going to argue with you.
And let me tell you something. No, be quiet. I'm going to start inflicting pain, because inflicting pain on bodies is the only way to be noticed. And I'm going to start hurting people. And I'm going to start right now in this ring.
Well, there he goes, heading to the ring. He's got Big Bubba, the international champ, and his partner is going to be the brawler, Monroe.
I was just talking, I think, last episode. I was like, I can't believe they have 2 characters. We were saying how bad the name Bubba was. And then we found out there was a second Bubba in the territory at the same time. And now they're a tag team. It's just the evolution of this Bubba side plot's just been pretty interesting.
And,
I mean, isn't it kind of weird to have 2 people with the same name like that?
Just can't tell you how big that guy is, and you will never be able to fully appreciate it until you stand beside him. He is a giant, Davey.
Big Bubba with his partner Bubba Monroe waiting right there in the ring. Excitement Incorporated have arrived.
Bubba Monroe
has arrived.
sucked.
They're there. We're talking about Rick McCord and John Paul. McCord steps out of the ring. John Paul's going to start against Big Bubba. Big Bubba at 6'7", 407, and as Lance has told you, you just can't imagine how huge this guy is until you stand beside him.
Now, Paul,
he's huge.
A big man.
Oh, yeah.
He is a big man, and he looks like a squirt standing up there next to
Looks
this
like
guy.
a squirt. Wow.
Boy, I don't know what you do with him. I know one thing. I don't believe I would meet him head on. The temptation is to prove what a man you are, but good night. He's
Run around in the shower to get wet. That sounds like a cornetism.
really, now that's what you need to do. John Paul stomped on his toe. There's a tag on the brawler, Bubba Monroe. Monroe comes in, of course, as we said last week, but if you weren't watching last week, you missed it. This is the son of the renowned, infamous, or whatever word you want to use with it, Sputnik Monroe. Boy, he looks a lot like Sputnik.
He does look a lot like Sputnik. Yeah, I guess Sputnik is
Bubba
legendary,
Monroe
but
sucks.
infamous also sounds like a good word to describe him. John Paul coming back in after the tag by Rick McCord. They're holding Bubba Monroe's arm out there, and they're going to work on Bubba Monroe.
They should have gave him
Hey, with no disrespect to Bubba Monroe,
They should have sent him to Florida and given him like a Charles Manson gimmick.
I believe I'd keep him in there till the end of the match. I would not let him get near that corner.
Count of one, Bubba
Yeah, boy, I guess.
breaks out of it at the 1 count. You're absolutely right. Oh, reverse neck breaker
Nice.
goaded by McCord. If he can come back with a cover and hold him down here, he may have it. Count as 1, 2. Monroe able to break it at the 2 count. Good move by Rick McCord. He makes a tag on John Paul. Now, the less they see of Big Bubba, the better their chances of winning this match.
That's true. Bubba Monroe.
Weren't they involved in something like the blonde-haired guy got hurt real bad or something that he should be like seeking vengeance for, or am I wrong?
Oh, not one to give it up lightly, I'll tell you for a fact, as John Paul tried to get a pin
This is October 25th, 1986.
also, and he busted his way out of it. Monroe now going after Rick McCord, and there's the tag on Big Bubba.
As if he needed any help, Bubba Monroe.
Maybe like a fuck finish where we get Bubba versus Bubba and that the inferior Bubba leaves.
Holding McCord back in the corner for a moment. Wow.
You could feel it, not only hear it, you could feel it all the way over here. When he hit, look at that. He just pressed McCord up like he was a piece of wood, nothing.
Oh my
One
God.
to 2, not 2 but 3 backbreakers by Big Bubba.
And then tossed him
Whoa,
aside, Dave.
man.
Just pitched him aside.
Holy shit, dude.
Tag on the brawler.
Did he do that in WWF? I sincerely don't remember that if he did.
Big Bubba leaves, and he tells Bubba Monroe, now take care of business. He's got the headlock on Rick McCord.
I think that should have been it.
Monroe, who, of course, has had the advantage, if that's what you want to say. And, yeah, in all honesty, I'm sure it is an advantage, as we've seen with Jerry Jarrett, to have a second-generation
Good
situation.
Lord. Wow. Did you see the difference between when Jeff Jarrett did that slam earlier and Fred Ottman? Holy shit.
But in his case, I'm sure his dad has taught him a lot
Damn.
of little shortcuts because he was always
I mean, he just, like, scooped him. That was amazing.
quite a brawler himself. tag back to Bubba Monroe. Every time he tags Monroe, it almost puts Monroe in shock because he slaps him so hard. Wow.
This guy sucks.
There's a jab in the throat. Bubba Monroe dropped down, but Rick McCord moved out of the way. Moves again.
Did you see the first time his partner missed the elbow? Fred Ottman clapped and then realized it, and then he was on the next one. He was like, "Oh no!"
Bubba didn't learn the first time. He went back the second time with the same result. Rick McCord's been in there a long time. He needs a tag.
He better get pinned, dude. He's the worst.
He's still a long way from the corner, but he's headed that way. He didn't get there either.
No, didn't quite make it. Uh-oh, but Bubba Monroe did.
All right, here we go. Now we're going to get back into it.
Big Bubba stepping back through. Oof. He feels McCord out of that corner and tags it right back. He's getting a little hot at his own partner.
Okay, there we go.
Take care of him now. Get him out there and take care of him. There's the tag on John Paul. Our time is running out. John Paul throws a backdrop on Bubba Monroe.
Jeez, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Bubba Monroe loses this son of a gun, I don't want to have to report back. I think Paul had the pin, but Big Bubba just jumped right in there.
Yeah, I think he had him beat. Had him beat if Big Bubba hadn't arrived when he did. Oh, the referee goes down as he and John Paul are thrown together. Now Big Bubba picks John Paul up. He slams him. Oh, sits down on the top of him. Bubba Monroe with a cover.
Oh, wow.
Counts 1, 2. The match is over.
Wow, he just really dominated that guy. He saw he couldn't get the job done, so he had to come in and do it for him. Jeez.
5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Now he's look at him applauding him.
Give most of the credit to Big Bubba, but Bubba Monroe there for the final. Count of 3. John Paul and Rick McCord, Excitement Incorporated, losing.
Oh my God.
Again, 5:57 the time.
That is correct, and Big Bubba is the man who turned the tide when the referee got knocked down and took care of it in there. We're going to have to take care of business right here, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Wow, what a finish. Oh, my God. Look at him.
The Bubbers were just too much in that last match, Dave.
Especially Big Bubba. Boy, he came in there, and he really...
You know, honestly, I was like, maybe in the moment, I was really caught up in it. Like that knee that one time that I thought looked really good, but it hit the shoulder in the moment. Like, I thought maybe I was like overpraising how brutal that was. But man, in the replay, it looked every bit as brutal.
He had it wrapped up so that when Bubba Monroe came in the ring, there wasn't much to do except hold him for the count.
Yeah, with the referee down, he couldn't see that that Big Bubba's the one that came in and kicked John Paul right in the back and then got him over.
Oh, they're cooked for sure. Like, they lost the match even though the other team was literally breaking up, and like, that's not a good look.
We're in a position where Bubba Monroe could get down and get to 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. I said when he came in the ring, he was already in the ring. There was a little double teaming going on there. Well, Pat Tanaka won his match. Dennis Hall, Dolly Parker winners. No match between Tracy Smothers and the Ninja because Tracy was jumped by Boy Tony from outside. Jeff Jarrett defeats Larry Wright. It was Sato, Goto, Rhodes, and Bass defeating the Bryant brothers, Garman, and Traylor. And then, we were just talking about it, Big Bubba and Bubba Monroe getting the win over Excitement Incorporated. A tough team in their own right, Rick McCord and John Paul. And as you pointed out, they're pretty good size, especially John Paul, but they look very, very small when compared with this Big Bubba at 4'07", 6'7".
Yeah,
he's huge.
Something, and I'll tell you, this guy is so strong. Did you notice the...
Man, he's just such a monster here, Fred Ottman, dude. I can't get over it. It looked like, it's crazy. It looked like almost like it couldn't be real. Like, it looked like it had to be like a fucking rag doll. That was nuts. Wow.
The way he pressed McCord up.
Just
Hey, that tells us we got to get out of here.
I think the rest of this is that's the opening for next week. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. I gotta go. What a ride. What a journey again. Crazy angles. Boy Tony. What a debut. Who would have thought we would be getting this great tugboat run? But I'm loving it. Goto and Sato still killing it. Best promos, I think, is still Tojo. But Lawler had a lot of wild shit to say this past few episodes, too. Means you're gonna be blading a lot if you dye your hair, or if you go blonde. Big Bubba needs to get with Jay. Oh yeah, there you go. He'd finally have like an actual real enforcer, like that could really back him up. All right, I gotta go though. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. We will pick up right where we left off. And I think tomorrow maybe we might only do 2 episodes though, because I have another wrestling related thing that I want to show. But we'll just see. It depends on how hot the episode is, if we can stand to wait to see it. So anyway, I'll see you later.